Sorry, foreign policy, and you said what else?
I said fiscal policy and boldness.
Yeah, I think fiscal policy and just I don't think they did the best job, but I think they're trying to find ways to reduce the budget in a little bit more urgency than the Democratic Party is currently.
Really? I mean, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget and looked at specifically the Trump administration funding, like what he signed into law versus the Biden administration funding. Trump did over $4 trillion more debt-related spending signed into law in his first term, and then his campaign plans for the next term also were $4 trillion more than Harris's on a central estimate. And so far since Trump's got in office, through the Big Beautiful Bill, he's already added $3.4 trillion to the debt, right? Just through the Big Beautiful Bill. So I mean, I don't think that like there's been active like concessions to reduce the budget. Really, it's increased the budget, right? Trump
So over the
about 5 years has added over $11 trillion in debt-related spending, which is more than $2 trillion a year.
what was the spending that Biden added?
It was 4.3 trillion.
And you're saying Trump's 11 trillion?
Yeah.
Okay. Over 8 years and 4 years, you're saying it's like similar. Each term is added a
It's
similar amount of
almost 5
spending.
years now for Trump.
Okay. Is that already like happened, or you mean projected with the next like 10 years of the big beautiful bill and like all these things?
It was projected
Guesstimates.
for the next. It's projected for over 10 years. Yeah.
Okay, from like the tax breaks mostly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think it's a little hard to say like what will happen in 10 years already. Like he won't be president for all those 10 years, but estimates are estimates.
But in terms of debt-related spending, we know that he's adding more, and we already know that he has added more through his first term.
But I think in his first term, you said it was a similar level than the Biden administration.
Nope, I said it was $4 trillion more for the Trump administration. It was 8.4 trillion overall in his first term, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to 4.3 trillion overall for Biden, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Yeah, the COVID times I think are going to be a little bit difficult to differentiate that, but I think let's see where it goes in the next 3 years.
So I'm confused. Would you like to address that? Trump's added more to the debt. How is he going to be like the one to reduce the budget? Like the deficit, like under Obama, say for example, going into 2017, was already reduced to around $400 billion per year. And Donald Trump, by the end of his first term, raised it already to $1 trillion. And this is even prior to COVID, by the way.
I think maybe Trump isn't the best example, but if you were to compare the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, would you say that in general the Republican Party preaches more about fiscal conservatism and reducing the debt, or would you say that's not the case anymore?
No, they want massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, which add massively to the debt. And they want to cut social programs, so they say that they want to, but then they don't actually care about it. The real way to reduce the debt is specifically by being willing to tax the rich. That's literally the reason that we'd be able to address the debt.
Do you think that just adding higher tax rates to the rich would reduce the deficit enough to get us back to a good place?
I think that's one of the main things that we need to do, rather than doing massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, alongside specifically address the level of money that we've been spending on the military. That's overly, like, it's way too much on the military. Right? I think that those are important things to address.
So you would rather cut military spending than some of... Didn't you think that like recent events have sort of made military spending more of a priority in like the last 5-10 years than it was previously?
I think Trump is just trying to actively like engage in conflicts around the entire world. So there are multiple examples right now where Donald Trump's trying to engage in conflict. So the idea that he was running on was that he's going to be the anti-war against war candidate, the pro-America isolationist type candidate. But what he's actually done is he's engaged significantly across the entire world, right? In plenty of different conflicts. He's engaged in massive trade wars. He's been not even protectionist within any degree. That was just a front. So is it the case that you guys care about, staying isolationist and being America first and always worrying about that? Or is it funding other countries around the world? Is it engaging in wars around the entire world and conflicts rather than specifically the peace agreements, like, for example, that the Biden-Harris administration, that the Obama administration had with Iran that Donald Trump pulled us out of? right? Specifically, we had 24/7 surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities, right? That was a peaceful address to specifically ensure that they didn't have access to nuclear weapons. Donald Trump went through violent means, which increases the likelihood of there being conflict between the two within the region. So that's obviously not like going to be the preferred pathway, especially given that Donald Trump's not just isolated at his specific violence in that scenario, but it's also carried around the entire world, specifically off the coast of Venezuela, where dozens of people have been murdered with absolutely no evidence that they were on drug boats, that they were carrying drugs. And even if they were, it wouldn't make sense to drone strike them, because it would be the case that you would just detain them once they get to U.S. waters, right? So it's an obvious, absurd, not only violation of international law and in war crime, but it's also specifically like something that's ridiculous and unprecedented in terms of him not providing evidence at all to Congress.
Yeah, that was a lot. I think the Venezuela thing is hard to argue that it's a bit out of line. I don't have a response there. I think that's fair. But obviously the goal is not, drugs, it's regime change and getting someone more favorable to the US. But the other conflicts that you mentioned, I think I think the world is a little bit of a safer place with those bombs being dropped on the facilities. That wasn't done under Obama or the other folks, and I think it's sometimes necessary to strike like that. If you look at some of the other conflicts, I think.
Did you hear what I said though? Like I said, we had a peaceful means of addressing it, which specifically these bombs only set them back a few months. This didn't specifically like.
But what does that mean? A peaceful agreement that they'll promise not to.
We had surveillance. We had unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities 24/7.
And it seemed like they were getting, or we were told that they were getting more advanced over the last couple of years. So are you saying that that's probably just what we were told, or you think that's
no? That was because Trump pulled out of the agreement.
Oh, you think that that was a response? Got it. But do you think that eventually
Trump pulled out of the agreement, they started investing into developing nuclear weapons again and the nuclear enrichment program?
And you think that our surveillance is so good that we can really tell 100% of what's happening, or we could tell what was happening before?
Our surveillance was very, very good. Yes, we knew that they weren't specifically violating it, and Trump even signed off on that in his first term.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that we had that level of confidence that there was really no, improvements in their capabilities.
Yeah, when it was in place.
And then maybe let's take another one then. I mean, I think that obviously there's been a lot of turmoil in Gaza, but I think that there's been some resolution spearheaded by Trump, but obviously part of that was by Biden as well. But it seems like Trump is the one that, got this ceasefire deal over the line, which is a little bit up in the air at the moment. The one that was just in the last handful of days.
Okay, so you mean with Israel?
Yeah, the Gaza Israel ceasefire.
That clearly didn't work. So if you gave him credit for the success, well, then you also give him credit for the failure, right?
You mean like the recent strikes that have happened there?
Yeah, like that. You must give him credit for the failure, right? Or are you only willing to take credit for the wins?
I don't know if I call it a failure yet. Has it been deemed like a failure? Or
yes, it's not upheld. They've been bombing, right, Gaza.
I think
the amount of food going into Gaza.
I heard it was like a one-time strike. I didn't realize it was over. I think it's still the goal that they continue with, going back into a ceasefire. That was the same one that was agreed upon.
Who's been reporting on that?
I don't know, I'm looking at an article now. It says they're trying to keep the ceasefire from falling apart.
How long ago was
that? It seems like 3 hours ago.
3 hours ago? Okay, well, the ceasefire's been out of the ability at this time. It's literally they bombed each other. You might try to say that they might try to recover it right after it's been broken, but there's no real indication that that's going to happen. Some people are hopeful, but it's not like it's really strong in terms of going to happen. Inevitably speaking, if it doesn't happen, would you acknowledge that? That would be a failure of Trump then?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think right now I wouldn't call it broken. I think it's under some risk of being broken. But I think, partially though. I mean, I think it's more the responsibility of a third party to broker the agreement. I think there is still some onus on them to try to continue it, but I think there is a little bit less onus on sort of the broker of a peace treaty or an agreement to be continuously enforcing it. But I would hope that they would try to make sure it's kept.
So was that an answer, Mike? So yes, you would say that was a failure.
I would say partially. Yeah,
Okay.
partially would be a failure. Yeah,
So then
not
he would
completely.
so then he would only partially get credit, right?
No, I think you would get more credit for brokering it. Like as a third party, you're not involved in the conflict. I think it's more your role to like broker and write and get the parties to the table and
Yeah,
like
but
establish it than it
if
is
you
to
don't do so,
uphold it.
then if you don't do so, isn't that then seen as a failure from your
If you
perspective?
don't like continue to uphold it.
Yeah, if you don't get them to come together and to come to terms.
I think that's less your responsibility to make sure that it continues. But I would say, yeah, it's like partially your failure because your
Okay.
agreement didn't last. It's like less of a success and partially a failure.
Okay, so like the one that there's not really like a strong defense for Trump when it comes to brokering peace. He's literally starting conflicts around the world. Like, do you realize that he's like himself starting conflicts, right? He's acknowledged it himself. He's literally tweeting it out on fucking Truth Social. Okay, we can't sit there and not acknowledge it at this point. We have got to acknowledge that he is not the president of the peace. He is not advocating for peace at all. He is starting conflicts around the world.
I think he's advocating for peace in Ukraine. Not saying that others wouldn't do that. I think he's trying to make peace in Ukraine. I think that probably any president would be doing this CIA crap in Venezuela. I think the way that he's doing it with bombing people on the coast in these boats is probably a little bit more public and
So
overt
you
than
think
what
the
Harris would do.
administration would have murdered people on those boats?
I think the Harris would have
them?
people. I don't think so, but I think she'd have people. She'd probably have the CIA in Venezuela killing people. It just wouldn't be on the headlines.
Okay, so you're saying that you would just say that there'd be no evidence of this being the case. You would just assume it to be the case that they would do this. Okay. So again, these are all just assumptions. You're just trying to say that they would be the same. They would do the exact same rather than acknowledging that Donald Trump is not the president of peace. You literally won't give any grounds to the fact that maybe you were wrong in that scenario. And you have to assume that Kamala Harris would be somewhat similar, which you have no basis in evidence for, in order to be able to try to act like it's okay for Donald Trump to do this.
I don't know that he's the president of peace. I guess my statement was that I think he's made bold moves in foreign policy that I think bettered America. For example, the striking of Iran, which is not necessarily peaceful, but I think it was the right thing to do. And I think trying to broker and successfully brokering
that way. He's branded himself that way to be the president of peace. That he was anti-war and that he was going to keep us America first. That's the way he branded it. So it seems like his branding was incorrect, and you agree with me that it was incorrect.
Yeah, I would say that branding is a little bit of a stretch. I would agree.
Yeah, so
I think he's trying to make himself more of a I think he is trying with Ukraine and Russia. I mean, he is doing his best there with Putin. But I would say I would say calling him the president of peace is a little bit of a stretch so far, so that like conflicts have not ended. We haven't found resolution in Ukraine. We haven't, like you mentioned, there's still some, bombing and strikes happening in Gaza. I don't think we're ready to be calling ourselves the president of peace yet, but time will tell.
Okay. So then what specifically would be the particular position that you hold in terms of why Donald Trump is better? Because it sounds like a lot of what you brought up doesn't really indicate that he's better from your perspective. If anything, it indicates that he's worse.
I mean, I think that like making the deal in Gaza and Israel, I hope it holds. I think that was the right thing to do. I think taking action in Iran, I think that was the right thing to do. I think actually meeting with Putin and like starting a conversation was something that probably Harris and Biden wouldn't have been willing to do. And I think that like, speaking is probably better than not speaking when it comes to trying to make a peace arrangement in a country. And so I think that,
did you know that,
again, I'm not sure that
Trump has gone back and forth on this and has said that specifically Putin was not trying to go for peace and that he specifically was going to take back the entirety of Ukraine in its full manner in which it was. And then he's gone back on that and said that Putin is pro peace. So he really can't come to a legitimate position on this. And he also said that he was going to literally end it in 24 hours. I think it's more plausible that he just has no clue what the fuck he's doing. And he's literally just trying to engage in negotiations with the power that specifically is engaging in the conflict. They're only going to step down if they get more out of it and if they can continue to go and invade the rest of Ukraine. Why else would they step down? They essentially want Trump to step back. That's what they would want him to do.
Well, I think they would get something out of it if the world would give them a little bit less sanctions, if the world would say like, okay, like the war is over, we can start to buy a little bit more of your oil or whatever. Like there would probably be some financial benefits if they, stop buying the war that they could get out of it. I think my assumption of what he's doing is just trying to make a deal. Maybe that's, they get to keep 10% of the territory, they get to keep some of the territory they gained or something. But then
Those sanctions
the
weren't
result is
true
that the
either
war
way.
is over.
Those sanctions were true either way. So like the specific idea that like, oh, he could have gotten the sanctions to be taken away specifically if he decided to then not engage in the conflict was true under either administration. And they were originally
Yeah, but
imposed
what I'm
under the Biden
saying,
administration.
yeah, but he's the only one that's like talking to Putin and trying to end this thing. Like I think what I saw at least of the other administration that they would probably do is just like block him out and just like hope for the best and like not even talk to him. Like it, yeah.
Literally try to prevent him from being able to take the rest of Ukraine by bolstering a defense specifically in terms of a warlike front to force him to then concede because we realize that he's not going to do so otherwise. Right, he's specifically agreed to terms in the past and then not upheld those terms on multiple occasions, right? And that I think that demonstrates specifically that he's not willing to do so.
I mean, I think both parties have and would provided arms to Ukraine to fight in the war to make it more difficult. I think what I saw as the difference between what Harris would do and what Trump would do is actually try to make a deal to end it that, maybe does involve some lost land or maybe does involve some concession like to end the bloodshed. And I think that it's obviously horrible to lose a city or like, 5% of your land or whatever the number is, but maybe is it better to stop having 10,000 people die every day because of it? Probably.
Okay. So
I don't know.
I don't think any of these actually demonstrate that you can say that you accept one position over the other in terms of either candidate, right? I feel like these are just really vague generalizations. If I hope, or maybe it'll go this way. I don't see how this is a basis for your position on why you'd vote for one way over the other. It's very
well. A lot of these
like,
conflicts
vague.
that we're talking about are still open. I mean, they're still happening, right? So it's hard to give a definitive like.
Yeah. So then, if you don't have a definitive position, why would you come up and debate on the live with a position you have that's
because it's clear how these candidates are acting differently, right? So let's give the example of Iran. Like, I don't think that Harris would bomb the facilities. I think that Trump would, right? Like that's a clear different action, even if the end result hasn't been like clearly, like defined and written in stone yet. For example,
it only set them back by a slight margin, and specifically Donald Trump is the original reason why we pulled out of the agreement. He pulled us out of the agreement originally. Why don't you ever acknowledge that? I said that multiple times. You should acknowledge this.
Yeah, but I think the original agreement, right, didn't involve sending like billions to Iran. Like, yes, we were surveilling them, but I think
them
like
money. We were never sending them money. What are you talking about?
Really? I thought we gave them like a fund.
No,
like an economic fund.
No, we put sanctions on them, and then we got rid of the sanctions to get them to accept this deal.
Oh,
so it's their own money. It's all their own money.
Okay, so you're saying we sort of help stimulate their economy by removing the sanctions as sort of a reward instead of directly sending them money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean that's nuanced, but I don't know that we should be taking off sanctions yet on Iran. So maybe that was partly the reason why we pulled out of that.
You'd prefer to be at a circumstance where you'd engage in like back and forth like bombs. I think that's preferable.
I mean, I also don't fully believe this statement that like this did very limited damage to the facilities. I mean, this is something that the U.S. has probably been planning for decades.
It was only setting them back by like a few months.
Yeah, I mean, are they down 400 feet in the bunker in the rock? Like, how do they know that? Like, you're telling me that they have better intelligence than the Pentagon or whoever is reporting that these things were successful. These strikes that were planned for 30, 40 years.
I'm pretty sure they got this
and like that they've been
from U.S. intelligence officials. That would be partially an aspect of the data. It's not just that, but it's looking at both sides of the sources.
So you're saying the U.S. intelligence is saying publicly that they did a great job, and you're saying AP News is saying someone anonymously in the U.S. intelligence is saying they didn't do very much. Like,
I don't know.
It's hard to believe.
It's Trump making a claim. Where did you see? How long did you say that you set them back with the drone strike?
The drone strike? I don't think the B-2 bombers. I'm talking about like the facility strike, not the not a drone strike.
I apologize.
I don't remember. I mean, I would assume a couple of years, hopefully at least. Like if we're talking about whatever you just said, like a couple of weeks or months, like that doesn't seem very good. But I had it assumed that it was at least like a few years.
And where have you seen that?
I think it was the like report that they gave after, like right after it, when they were like demonstrating what they did, and they had like the little board of the B-2 bombers and stuff.
The one that I got was from a leaked preliminary defense intelligence agency assessment that indicated that Iran's nuclear program was only set back by several months, while like president claimed like all these other things.
Okay. I mean, it's a little bit of like a he said,
I see
said.
the
Like I'm struggling.
The DoD estimates 1 year to 2 years. That still sets it back to
Yeah. That's
what's gonna
that's what I
happen under
heard.
Trump's admin. That's the DoD.
I mean, yeah, but 1 to 2 years, I mean, that's significant, right? Like this is something that, I mean, we never really know how close they are because we keep being told they're like about to happen and then they don't. But 1 to 2 years is a significant amount of time, right? Like a lot can happen in that time frame, and Iran is is a much different place than it was a few years ago.
Okay, so then why wouldn't you say the same thing for the agreement that Trump pulled out of in the first place? That gives you more than 2 years.
Because I think this is a more like definitive action. I mean, the agreements could be upheld. They could, they have a history of not upholding the agreements. Like, I don't know, it's just less, you can trust a piece of paper a little bit less than a demolished nuclear facility, right? Like I trust a burned nuclear facility more than a piece of paper that says, we promise we won't do something. Like, I just have a little bit of trouble believing that our surveillance is that good that we can tell that we're not, they're not developing something.
You prefer to go to conflict with the country. Two, as it relates to this, you prefer specifically to, again, which it's not just a piece of paper saying this, it's surveillance. We had specific surveillance, right? I mean,
this is new. I didn't know that our surveillance is that good, so I will look that up. I will look that up.
Go ahead and look that up. You said our surveillance isn't that good, but our intelligence is accurate?
No, I mean, I don't know that we have like literally the surveillance that we can tell what they're doing like at every second of every day, right? I mean, that's amazing.
We had better surveillance than what we have right now, right?
I mean, if we blew up the facility that we were surveilling, then
by the way, we had unprecedented levels of surveillance. So this idea that we did not have good enough surveillance is ridiculous.
Okay, yeah, fair. I mean, I didn't know that we could, see everything that's happening like 500 feet down in this bunker every second of every day. But if we could, then that's news to me. So I'll give you that one.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No.
Want to give any economic policy of Trump's you like?
Actually, can we talk about immigration?
Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, I'll just start out by saying, like, I think putting black bags on people in the street, like, not something I support. But I think that there was, for many years, probably too many people crossing the border illegally. And I think that, there are probably a lot of things that we agree on. Like, there should be, a way for legal citizenship that is not, ridiculously complicated and takes like 30 years. But I think when you have 10,000 people crossing the border illegally and you can't vet these people, there needs to be some sort of way to curb that, right? And obviously, building a physical wall like doesn't work. You can try to build a wall, people will go around it. And so what you need to do is sort of build a virtual wall, which is what Trump's doing with this aggressive administration stance, right? Like the number of people crossing the border has become zero, not because of a physical wall there, but because of the pressure, right? Like on this mass deportation campaign, because of these ridiculous social media posts. Like I don't necessarily love the method, but the results are the border crossings are going, back to a place where they should have been all along, right? So I think
why is immigration bad?
I think legal immigration is good. I think it's great.
Okay. So then here's my point is that the current process takes too long to go through. For people who are already in the country undocumented who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, give them a pathway to citizenship. Where if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, they get to stay in the country and they are given that pathway to citizenship where they are vetted during that process. That incentivizes people to identify themselves to authorities, right? And it provides a quicker legal pathway to citizenship for not only those that are already in the country, but also for those that specifically are going through the process. Take the money that they've invested in militarizing ICE and put that into making the legal process go quicker.
Okay, but let's say Trump did that. Well, okay, let's say Harris was elected and Harris did that. I think that's awesome. People that are in the country are going to have this process. I think that's great. Like we're going to find the great people that, want to be here forever. But at the same time, because of policy like that becoming public, right, tens of thousands of people are going to stream across the southern border illegally every day. So it's a lot the stance of the president that determines, just because we have such a big border, how much illegal border crossings we'll have. So I do think that it would be nice.
No. If you provide a quicker legal pathway, why would they come to the country undocumented? They would rather come to the country legally.
It, if you
You're
provide a
saying you
legal,
have no issue with legal immigration, right?
yeah.
Okay, so then what would be the issue?
So the issue is like we have a giant southern border, right? That is just impossible to build a physical wall. Like, there will be still tens of thousands of people coming in illegally. If you have this stance that you can just have a pathway to citizenship, everyone can come in. Like we're not going to hold you to any standard if you come in illegally or if you came here. However, just like figure out how to get here, and then like we'll make it very easy to get a citizenship. If that's the point of view, then we're going to continue to have thousands of people cross the border on without checking their documentation.
Why would they come in undocumented when they can just go through the legal process quickly? Like seriously, just think about that for a second. If they can just go through the legal process quickly, why would they go through the process undocumented?
Like
Jack,
how quickly? So we have
thank you so much.
We have a process now, right? That they can become citizens. Everyone can become a citizen eventually.
It takes too long. Way too long.
Okay, so what do you propose? Like just a little bit shorter, right? Like it's not black and white. It's a scale. If you make it a little bit shorter, yes, then maybe a few more people will come in legally versus illegally, right? But you still have to have some consequence for crossing illegally or for being here undocumented. In the past, you have to have some consequence for breaking the law. Otherwise, what's the motivation not to?
Well, I mean, you didn't do so when you voted for Donald Trump. I mean, he wasn't literally put in prison because you guys elected him president. So if you care about holding criminals accountable, you wouldn't have voted for a convicted criminal over a prosecutor.
Okay, I think we can all agree that those charges shouldn't have been felonies. But yeah,
No,
fair.
I mean, no, they should have been. They should have been. And even if they weren't felonies and if they were misdemeanors, that wouldn't change whether or not he should be held accountable under your perspective. Because again, people coming to the country undocumented is a misdemeanor. And you think that they should be held accountable for that.
I mean, how would you hold Trump accountable for that one? Would you put him in jail?
You don't vote him for president. Because voting for him for president restricted him from going to prison.
I mean, voting someone for president, right, gives you the ability to pardon anyone's sentences, gives you the ability to have certain privileges.
Yeah, I don't think you should have the ability to pardon just anyone. Like, I think the fact that Donald Trump had the ability to pardon violent rioters who beat police officers, right, is a disgrace. It's a disgrace. That's disgusting. And it shows that he condones violence at the Capitol as long as it's specifically to aid his political campaigns.
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole pardoning thing is weird, right? I mean, Biden pardons his brother, Trump pardons people who punch cops. Like, there's a lot of people that probably shouldn't be pardoned.
Is that comparable at all? That's not a violent rioter or a violent offender.
I mean, it's comparable in the sense that you're pardoning, people in your political circle, or pardoning, your family, pardoning people that benefit you.
That's not comparable, though, because they didn't commit a violent offense.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that Hunter has some offenses that were, drug and gun and serious, right? Like, I would do the same if my son. Yeah,
Hunter Biden was committing a violent insurrection at the Capitol and was assaulting police officers. Yeah, and that's when Joe Biden pardoned him. Definitely, man.
Look, I mean, I would pardon my son as well. Like, I'm not saying I wouldn't, but I think, yeah, I don't agree with pardoning people that are punching police officers. I think some of the people that were pardoned were probably, shouldn't have been, but yeah, that's a tough one. But I think again, like it's as if you say you're not going to hold people accountable immigration wise, you're going to continue to have this problem of just this perception that anyone can just roll in, ignore the law, and then it'll just work out in the end, right? I mean, that's why
that's what Trump doing. Trump literally violated international law, murdering the people off the coast of Venezuela. You think that's justified? Trump violates international law all the time. You're totally okay with it. You don't give a shit about the law. Like, seriously, what is this bullshit that you've got to enforce the law? I'm sorry, what?
Hold on. I don't give a shit about international law, maybe, but I do care about international law. Is not real. I mean, come on, it's not a real thing.
Wait. Okay, so you could say American law isn't real. American immigration law isn't real.
As an American citizen, I do care about American law.
It's not real.
I don't really.
Real. Wait. You care. So just saying you care about it doesn't mean that specifically makes it real, right? Because I could say I care about international law, and then that makes it real, right?
No, I mean, I think consequences make a law real. Right? I mean, for the most part, if international law, if you break it, like nothing happens. Like, what are like the international police going to come for you?
So because there's no consequence, specifically because the United States is at the top of the world, that you don't care what they do. That's like saying if the Nazis won World War II, right? That just because that there was no law against them murdering Jewish people at mass, that means that that they should do it or something. That's crazy, right? That would be absurd, right? That it'd be okay with them doing that. You're fucking nuts, right? Those violations of international law mattered, and that's why we created them. You don't think that for example, the international criminal courts had a jurisdiction for holding criminals accountable after the war crimes during World War II, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good to try to have these.
Do you agree that they should have done that?
That they should have held people accountable after the war?
Yeah, they should have held the Nazis accountable for international war crimes.
Yeah,
okay,
of course.
So then you believe in an international enforcement of the law. So if you believe if you believe in international enforcement of the law, why are you totally okay with Trump breaking it?
I'm not super okay with the bombing of the Venezuelan boats. I think as an isolated example, I think that's going a little bit too far.
This isn't just one isolated example. What are you talking about? There were dozens of people murdered. There were dozens of people murdered. There were multiple different boats that were attacked.
Yeah. As a whole incident, I don't agree with the, destroying of the Venezuelan boats. Or were there other examples of Trump violating international law, or was it just this one?
If I was doing that, I would be here for a pretty long time, right? His defense of Israel violating international law, right? Actively funding them specifically violates not only international law but also the Leahy law.
Okay, I mean, I would see international law as more like guidelines. I think I do probably agree with funding Israel, but I don't agree with the blowing up of the boats in Venezuela. I think
you agree with funding
it's
Israel
a tactic
while they're committing a genocide and mass starving the Palestinian population.
I mean, I agree with supporting allies in war. Right? I mean, it's not always our position to.
You also support a candidate that pardoned, or not pardoned, wanted to annex our allies.
Oh, you mean Canada?
Yeah. You just laughed
that wasn't real. Yeah, I mean,
that wasn't real. That happened. Everyone
he wasn't going to do that. Yeah, but it's the Gulf of America.
Is it okay for him to say that?
To want to annex Canada?
Yeah, not only Canada but also Greenland and Panama.
I mean, I think it's one thing to say it. It's another thing to take real action against it.
I'm sorry. Are you think that's okay for the president to do? Can you imagine if Obama did that?
Yeah, no, I can't imagine that. I mean, I think that was more of a statement. I don't see that that's acted on yet in any way that I can tell in reality. But I think it's just sort of an ambitious or aspirational statement. But I don't agree. It's I don't think it's the most realistic.
So, I'm sorry. Not only is that not upholding our allies, because he also tariffed them as well, but it's also the case that you're saying upholding allies that are actively committing not only crimes against humanity but also international crimes.
I think it's different. What I'm saying is that if Canada was at war with someone and this someone and Canada were bombing each other or fighting each other, it's not my responsibility to say, hey, Canada, you should it is my responsibility to say, Canada, I think you're doing this wrong, but I'm still going to be making sure Canada has the arms to fight its conflict.
So if you knew that, for example, Canada was putting people into camps and mass executing them, would you keep funding them to do it?
If I knew that Canada was putting people in the camps,
mass executing people, would you keep wanting to support them?
I wouldn't support that activity. I'm trying to figure out how to answer your question.
Them? I'm sorry.
This is
a difficult question to answer. Would you keep funding them?
So yeah, I mean, I probably would. I wouldn't be giving them,
get off my stream.
the gates.
Dude, he was saying that he would keep funding the Nazis. That's literally his position. I just said putting people into camps and mass executing them. And he can't say that he would stop funding them. What type of fucking insane shit? Get off my stream, dude. I'm sorry. If he can't realize that that's a reason to not fund a country, what is a reason to not fund a country under his perspective? Genuinely. That's so sick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, I smacked the shit out you, dude.
How old are you? Yeah, how old are you?
Parker, I smacked the shit out you. What them hands do? What them hands do, Parker?
How old are you?
I'm trying to see what them hands do, Parker.
Answer my question, coward.
Parker, is you nervous?
Answer my question, coward.
No,
How old
you
are you?
nervous, Parker.
How
What
old
them
are you?
hands do, Parker?
How old are you? You have like
Yo,
5
Parker,
seconds.
I'll Charlie pick your ass, boy.
Okay. What is wrong with people, dude? Like, I just genuinely don't understand why he thinks that's funny to do. Like, I just genuinely don't get it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's good? What's good? 28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, of course, man.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Man, who do you think?
Well, I'm asking just to clarify. I ask everyone.
I mean, obviously, like Trump, right?
Okay.
Why would I vote for Kamala? What's the point?
Well, she's a significantly better candidate. I can tell you why.
How? She was never the president. Trump was.
Okay, I don't think whether or not you've been a president before makes you a better candidate. Right? So we can go through this. Name one particular policy that Donald Trump supports that you think is better than the one policy that Kamala Harris supports. Or any policy, sorry.
Man, the immigration. We can't let these people. Man, these illegal immigrants are taking like blue collar black jobs. You guys talk about like supporting black people, yet when it comes to blue collar work, all they do is take their work because they get paid a lower wage. So it's pretty much taking all the blue collar work.
Actually, immigrants come to our country and they increase employment rates, they increase wages, and they increase GDP. I can send you a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research that indicates the three. So the idea that they're taking jobs is wrong. They actually increase the likelihood of
Blue collar work, they do.
People, no, that's not true. Provide
Yeah,
me
they do.
Provide me one source that says that.
Hey, man, I'll pick your ass up and drop your ass quick.
Do you have a source?
Did you hear what I had to say?
Yeah, I'm just asking, do you have a source?
Man, come on.
No source?
How do they not? How do they not?
No
How do they
source?
not get paid at a lower wage? They
I just
always
told you,
do.
there's a
You
study
can
I can send you
you can
from the
1099. You can 1099.
I just told you I can send you a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research that indicates that they increase employment, increase wages, increase GDP.
Man, I will pick your ass up and drop you so hard,
Is this like
and then keep striking you over and over and over again after you're already unconscious.
okay? What was the point of saying that?
Bro, come on.
Was that supposed to like scare me or something? I'm confused. Like, do you want to like? That was edgy.
You already
bro. That was so edgy.
look it up.
That was so edgy.
Look me up.
Look you up? Who are you?
Yeah, just look me up. Look up Raja Jackson.
Why?
It'll explain everything.
Okay, we're just gonna go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Was that just like self promo? I'm confused. Brittany, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Ellie, thank you for the $5. Cassie with the $15. Thank you so much, Cassie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me make sure to catch up on YouTube fully, and then we're gonna go to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Rachel with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, chat, look up ice whistles and learn how carrying a simple whistle can help protect immigrants. Absolutely. That's great. Thank you so much. Neo, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Shani, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. There's some W's for Shani in the comment section right now. Thank you. Hoppy with the $25. Thank you so much. This is the first time I'm seeing that's actually unhinged. I'm going to have to look further into that. That's unhinged. That's absolutely unhinged. Pazzo, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Lance with the $2 as well. Thank you. Yeah, it's diabolical. I think I don't even know. I can't believe that they would be telling. Like, I think it sounded like they were trolling almost. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You are him, Parker.
Thank you, thank you. Apparently now I'm him, chat. Apparently now I'm him. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi.
Okay. Well, you said hi as soon as I kicked you off. I'm so sorry. I am very sorry about that one. If you're on YouTube, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Faggot ass nigga. Faggot.
Yeah. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I support his views on abortion, immigration, and I guess those are my two big ones.
Okay. What about abortion and immigration?
Well, as far as immigration, I just really think it's important to do things legally, and I know that it's like really hard to for people to send back families that are really hurting and coming over to this country, but I just don't think that that's a way, they just can't be here if they're not going to be following the law. So getting them deported properly, as much as it hurts, I just think that it's a necessity that we have to take. Unfortunately, we can't save everyone. So that's kind of my view on that. And then as far as abortion, I just think that all life is precious. And I think that putting it back in the States, as much as people really were upset about that, I think that was the right thing to do, because it's every state is different. You have majority red or blue states or independent states. And so every single state can do that. And I don't think abortion should be a political issue. I think that's kind of crazy. But I just don't think that.
Did you make it a political issue by restricting access to it, by putting people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which restricted people's access to it? That sounds like
okay, fair enough. I think that in my ideal world, I wouldn't have it that way. But unfortunately, I think that with anything, bad people take advantage of things and ruin it for everyone else. And so I think some situations have gone you see a lot of people having abortions for not the right reasons. And that's what really sucks. But like you said, it does hurt people that need it for medical reasons, which I don't think that should be the case. But I just don't think that people should just be able to kill babies for no reason.
Well, the reality of the matter is that abortion rates have gone up since Roe versus Wade is overturned, along with maternal mortality rates. So the idea that it's going to lead to less abortions has been proven false. Secondly, if you want people to reduce the likelihood of getting an abortion, then increase their access to things that they need, right? Such as paid maternity leave, right? Paternity leave. Universal childcare, right? Universal healthcare, things like that. So it doesn't cost so much to go through the context of pregnancy, birth, childcare, in order to be able to ensure that the child can be taken care of.
Yeah, but I think I don't think that universal healthcare is the answer to that. I honestly, if we're gonna dive really deep into this, I really think this is a world without God at this point, and like I think it's really hard. I just actually had a daughter, and so I just went through everything, and like I think that like there's not, like in America we do not do maternity leave like the right way whatsoever, and we don't have that support. But I just don't think it's okay for people to have abortions just to have an abortion.
Yeah, so and you could say that you think it's wrong, but it should be legal is kind of the point we're pointing to. And if you leave it up to the states, then that restricts women's access to abortion and children's access to abortion, even in situations in which they've been assaulted, right, because of the state's abortion laws, which I think is ridiculous.
Well, so I don't know. I guess like I need to like really dive in and like see like the laws, but I know that like in certain states there was laws passed that you could have an abortion like all the way up until like birth.
Well,
and
actually,
then
one thing I need to tell you that because this is a common misconception, after viability, it was left up to the states regardless. So actually, Roe versus Wade only protects access to abortion prior to viability, which is 22 through 26 weeks. After that point, it's left up to the states to determine. And at that point, people aren't having like lethal abortions; they would be inducing like early birth.
Yeah, but I mean, there was like I did read, I don't remember which state it was, my apologies, but I did read literally where it said that it was okay to have like an abortion or a DNC like up into like birth, which is crazy in my opinion.
Well, that's like in medical circumstances if necessary, right?
Yeah, it's only if it's necessary, obviously, but I'm talking about like if you choose it.
People aren't just like specifically engaging in lethal abortions for no reason. That would be murder, right?
Yeah. I guess. I mean, I guess
I think
probably
everyone acknowledges that at that point in the pregnancy, like it's literally a baby. Everyone acknowledges that. The point that we're saying is that Roe versus Wade protects it prior to viability. So after viability, it was left up to the states regardless. So if you want to restrict, the states from being able to do that after viability, well, then you need some other law rather than specifically overturning Roe versus Wade.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that wasn't the right one to do, but I just think that I don't think abortion should just be like allowed, like regardless. Like I don't really think it should be up to us. Like I think if you're an adult and you're choosing to have sex, like you need to have the responsibility to like know that you're probably going to have a child. Like that's like if you are knowingly going to have sex and engage in those activities and you knowingly know that you may get pregnant and you're doing that on purpose and then trying to take plan B or then go get an abortion just because you didn't want a baby, like that's just being irresponsible.
I mean, you could say that's irresponsible. I don't think that's irresponsible.
Okay, well,
like, Jenny,
I guess that's like a moral.
I don't see what's wrong with an abortion in the early points of pregnancy like that. Like it's not.
I mean, it's a life. Like it's murder.
Okay, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Yes.
You do? So you think everyone who's pulled the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead in the chat, they're murderers and should go to prison for that?
Okay, that's a little extreme. No, like, of course not. But I mean, in the grand scheme of things, like if somebody was suffering, like that's different though than like like a baby, a fetus literally has nothing to do with life where you've known this person and they're now suffering and you're just like watching them suffer. Like that's completely different.
They're medically considered dead, right? So
but at that point, there's still a person that has lived a life, and like you have.
We're not talking. By the way, we're not talking about euthanasia. We're talking about brain death, where like they're never going to come back in terms of their subjective experience. So they're still cellularly speaking alive, right? Their heart's still beating. They're still cellular processes, but the person that we know of them is never coming back.
Yeah. Okay, then I guess I will retract my statement. I don't think that is murder.
Yeah, so like the point that I'm making is that we don't just value cellular life. We value what the person is, right? And what's the person? It's going to be at the point of sentient life, which is like 20 through 24 weeks according to neuroscience. That's what most neuroscience papers indicate. So that's actually like where I would see where we value it as a person. Prior to that point, I don't really see why we would say that. And I don't think that people's rights should be restricted for something that's literally clearly not sentient. And I also don't think IVF is wrong. Do you think IVF is wrong because we discard zygotes and embryos?
I honestly have really mixed feelings on IVF. Obviously, I think it's a wonderful thing for people that can't conceive naturally, but then at the same time, like with my religious beliefs, I don't love the idea of trying to play God and like choosing which embryo is the better one. Like I don't love that part of it, but obviously when people can't have children, like that's obviously like an amazing resource that thank God that we have. So like I definitely have mixed views on it, but
so should it be considered legal because you're discarding zygotes and embryos that under your view are living human beings under your view?
I mean, I think that like I haven't gone through that personally, so like I don't want to speak on it personally, but like I honestly think that if I was to go through that, I don't know if I would be okay with like discarding my embryos like that.
But for other
would
people,
probably-
like, do you think it should be illegal? Like, you could say, morally speaking, that you wouldn't want to do that. That's like totally fair for you to want to do as a person
Yeah.
yourself. But we're talking about like what you think other people should legally be able to do.
I don't love the idea of it, but I would never like say that it should be illegal. No.
Okay, so that's kind of like my point, is that like
Yeah.
that's kind of like, why would you consider abortion to be illegal or say it should be illegal? You could say personally you wouldn't want to do it yourself. That's totally fair. No one's disagreeing with you on that. Like, if you personally are against abortion, that's totally up to you. No, seriously, no one in this live is going to have an issue with you saying that. For personally for yourself, you think that. But really what people have an issue with is when people extend that to saying they should use the law to force other people to abide by that personal sense of how someone wants to live their life.
Yeah, and like I guess I definitely can agree with it. That's why I've always actually like before I'm since I've been pregnant and had my daughter, like I've become way more pro-life than I was before, just because of actually going through the experience and having that connection with my child. But because like you said, viability I think is at 26 weeks, and like if I was to have a miscarriage before then, like I would be devastated. My family would be devastated. If I had a miscarriage at 4 weeks, I would be devastated. Like I think, but like you said, that's a personal thing. You know what I mean? Like
people are devastated when they find out that they're infertile, right? That they can't have
yes,
children.
correct.
That doesn't
absolutely.
necessarily mean that like it's at a point where we would consider it a person, but that kind of means that like we had this idea in our head of we wanted a kid, right? And we're not able to actually fulfill that. Like we're never able to do that in that certain sense. Or in the certain sense of a miscarriage, you were specifically like you thought the kid was going to be there in the future, and then inevitably gets to a point where it wouldn't be. So it's a change of expectations in that scenario. So like I understand that perspective because you were planning on it. That makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. I guess it's just hard for me because I think that like even when I was younger, like and whenever I decided to particularly become like sexually active, is like I knew in my head like I was ready once I asked myself the question, if I got pregnant, what would I do? And I just like abortion was never on my mind, even as young as 15 years old. Like I just know that like I would never want to do that. And I don't think that, but like you said, that's a personal thing. And I don't think we should control everyone. No, but I also think it's hard because you have to ride a line because there's just so much evil in this world. And like, I think bad people take advantage of things, and there are like there's people that have abortions just to have an abortion, and like I don't think that that's okay.
No one's really doing that. I mean, that's incredibly expensive. Who's able to do that? Just to have one, just for the fuck of it? Like, no one's really doing that.
I don't know anyone. I know a couple people personally that have had an abortion just because they didn't mean to get pregnant, like, and they didn't want their child. Like, that's definitely happened.
That makes sense to me. Like, genuinely, like that makes sense to me. Like, there could be a real world where like my girlfriend's not ready to have children yet. She happens to get pregnant and she decides to get an abortion. In that circumstance, I would pay for that. Do you think like I paid for murder or something under that view?
Well, like, I mean, obviously, like, person to person, like, you're a human and, like, you seem very, like, nice. But, like, I don't support it, right? So it's so hard for me to just be like, okay, everyone should be allowed to do that. Like, I just don't think that that's the right thing to do.
Okay, well then, okay, so, like, really, okay, so you could allowed or, like, you think it's right. You could think it's wrong, right? But, like, should we be allowed to is really the point, because Donald Trump.
It's so hard because in my mind, like, abortion is murder. But like in my mind, abortion is murder, and like murder is illegal, right?
Then why wouldn't you say the same thing for IVF? It seems like we're cherry picking then.
I mean, I guess you have a point. I mean, I don't know. I don't like 100% agree with IVF. Like, I don't know what I would do in that situation. Like, I think it's a beautiful thing, but then I also think we're playing God at that point, and like, I don't agree with that either.
But should it be illegal? Is really the point. Like, you could say even
again, like, I don't think it should be illegal. Yeah, no. I mean, I guess no.
That'd be state-sanctioned genocide under your view, state-sanctioned murder, because there's actually like multiple zygotes and embryos per patient, right? So there's actually more zygotes and embryos that are discarded on a yearly basis than there are abortions that occur in the United States on a yearly basis.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just stand with, like, I guess, I don't know, it's really hard to, like, see people, like, willingly have an abortion when, like, there's so many people that struggle to even have a child. Like, that's hard to, like, swallow. In America, I feel like there's just so many people that, like, just have an abortion to have one. Like, it's not because they need it. Like, obviously if it's medical, like that's completely different. Like if it's medical or in dangerous situations.
It's about
like,
what people want, and if people aren't ready for children, that's totally fair. And that's their
I mean,
decision
yeah,
for
and
their
you,
own
I mean, you
personal
could argue
life.
that they're not going to give the child the best life and like all that
Isn't
stuff.
the
But I
same
just
thing for
don't think
IVF? You could use every single one of the zygotes and embryos, but I don't think we're going to do that because we think it's too much for people to handle. If it were,
Yeah,
able to
I
be
mean,
the
I
case.
don't.
Like you could end up with like.
Yeah,
7
I mean, I
children.
guess I will gladly concede to your argument. I think that like we agree probably more than we disagree. It's just hard because like I'm not going to like willingly vote and say that like abortion should be 100% legal in every situation.
That's not even what it says. It just says prior to viability, it should be considered legal from a federal standpoint.
I mean, I think before, like, I personally think that, like, before 12 weeks, sure, that's fine. But after that, I think that's a little crazy.
Well, then why would you say 12 weeks? Like, what's unique about 12 weeks?
Because 12 weeks is, like, the standing point. Like, that's usually, like, when you're in the clear from, like, an early miscarriage or chance of that. Like, that's usually, like, the time where you're like, okay, it's okay to tell people now that I'm pregnant and stuff like that. Before, like, some people don't know until they're 8 weeks. And so I don't like the 8-week timeline. I think somewhere they did, like, a 6-week timeline. And I think that's still too early.
Subject, though? Like, or subjective? Like, so then my point would be is, like, why can't we just extend that to the same week that I'm referencing? Like, what would be limiting us from doing that?
I guess the developmental, I mean, when your fetus just grows so rapidly, I mean, like 1 week to the next is so vastly different. And like the more, like
but,
every
like, what
trimester you're
develops
getting into,
But what develops that's valuable?
I mean, their heart, I mean, they have a heartbeat pretty much. I mean, very, like, I think at like 8 weeks, right? Like, that's when they can feel, like they can sense, like that's when they can
11,
hear
like,
it.
So do you value a heartbeat? Because then you would say that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead because they have a heartbeat.
Like I said, no, but then you know, the value of the person, like, I guess I get that. It's just, again, I guess I just have to take my personal stance out of it, but it's really hard to do that.
Yeah, and I understand that, but then like if you do that, then it seems like you're committed to saying that about IVF, which I don't think that you intuitively believe. So then, like, my point.
Yeah, like I don't
that,
like. I think IVF should be legal, like 100%. Like I definitely don't think it should be illegal. And
But
me
it's cellular
personally, I
life.
don't. I think that's a way to like give people like the gift of life, but I think that again we're playing God in that sense, and I don't think that that's really what was intended, and that's what kind of gets me on the line of that.
So I guess my point is that like I don't think that your position on this is like probably from your perspective strong enough to say that like you would vote for like a candidate based upon that, right? Like it seems like you don't.
I
want it to
definitely
be
would
illegal that
not.
much.
I mean, I feel very strongly about it, but like I told you, I don't think that it should be political, but it is political, unfortunately. And it's really hard. I'm not going to vote for somebody that says that you can have an abortion up till the time that you have a baby. Like, I'm not going to like.
That's not. And also, by the way, Donald Trump, his position leaving it up to the states still allows for that in most states.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So it's like, what's really relevantly different about their position? It sounds like both of them have that position under your view.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. I will, like, I concede to your, like, I mean, I would say that you're correct in everything that you've said.
Okay, so then what would be the reason to support Donald Trump? Was it something about immigration? Was it something else?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that, like, we definitely have to do, like, the hard things and just, like, we have to take care of our own. Like, I'm going to feed my child first before I feed others. Like, that kind of viewpoint on it. And, like, you can't have people illegally here. Like, it's just not right. And so, like, having, like, mass deportations, as much as it hurts and sucks, like, it just has to happen.
It actually doesn't. I would say that people coming to our country and immigrating here are helping us feed our kids or helping us make our economy better. Because
if they're doing it legally,
well, then
not illegally.
Well, if someone comes to our country undocumented, they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, we should give them a path to citizenship.
That is a crime right there, though. Coming in here illegally is a crime.
But it's not a bad crime. Like, there are plenty of crimes on the books.
I mean,
well, there are plenty of crimes on the books that are illegal, but it's not enforced. Like, currently, you're on an app right now called TikTok. It's banned from the federal government perspective, and it's just not being enforced to be banned.
Yeah, I mean, I guess people break laws all the time, correct? Like, yeah, you speed, like, all these, like, yeah, there's laws that are broken all the time.
Okay.
I guess.
Like,
I mean,
people
I just
jaywalk,
don't
right?
think it's just hard because you also see people. There are like have like several situations illegal immigrants have come in here and create like have committed vast crimes, or you have like gang affiliations or like drug affiliations, stuff like that. Like those are the hard things, and like that's what's like really like kind of killing Americans is like all of these like violent crimes that are happening.
Yeah, so when Donald Trump pardons violent criminals who beat police officers on January 6th, that makes that worse off, right?
I mean, I don't know particularly who was pardoned. I know that my viewpoint on the January 6th thing was that I definitely saw where he told people to come out. He never said to riot, which rioting and protesting are very different in my opinion. Peacefully protesting is our right, and it's you should be able to do that, but rioting is not okay, like at all. And so obviously the people that stormed the Capitol building were like wrong. So I just don't know
so
the
Donald
extent
Trump,
of each person and like what they did, and so I can't like say that like obviously like if 100% that's true that he pardoned people that like beat police officers, like yeah, I 100% think that's wrong.
Yeah, so Donald Trump told them to fight like hell and to take back the country from those that stole it from them. And then he pardoned DJ Rodriguez, who drove a stun gun to the neck of a police officer, which led to that police officer having a heart attack.
Well, that sounds like an awful thing. I don't think that January 6th is like the worst thing that's ever happened in this country, though. Like people act like it's like the 9/11, and it's definitely not.
So it's definitely something to say because Donald Trump pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers, right? That's
How
like
many
a
violent
unique thing.
rioters were pardoned?
So there were, I'm pretty sure it's 140 different people that assaulted police officers. I'd have to check specifically. I'm pretty sure all of them were pardoned.
And all of them were being violent again, like 100%
Not every
being
single
violent.
person there was violent. There were over 1,600 people there. I'm not saying every single person there was violent.
Okay, so I mean, I just think that there's worse things that people have done, and like if somebody accidentally hit somebody in this like mass whatever, like I mean goes both ways. Like I don't know, like I just don't think January 6th was that awful of a thing. Like it was an awful thing to do, but I just like in comparison to other riots that have happened.
Hold up. So I was thinking of police officers. How many police officers were injured? There were 70 sentenced.
Okay. So only 70 people were sentenced, and then Donald Trump pardoned all
violent rioters.
They were?
Yeah. I can give you an article that goes over specific people that were pardoned. I mean, I don't even think this is necessarily relevant. Like, the point is that he pardoned any violent rioters, and no single person specifically should have assaulted.
I mean, is he the only person who has ever pardoned a violent person? Because I'm gonna say no, right?
I don't know a single other person who has, and also like, if you
didn't Joe Biden like pardon people that were not good people? I mean,
you can't give me a single circumstance of Joe Biden, Barack Obama, or any of them pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers. You can't do it.
Maybe not that specific instance, no, but other bad people, yes.
Violent rioters, though?
No, I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't know about violent rioters, no, but...
Anyone who committed a violent offense?
I mean, Joe Biden's son got pardoned, didn't he?
Convicted of a violent offense.
I thought he was, but that's my mistake. Okay.
He was not.
My mistake. Unfortunately, I really appreciate it, but I do have to go take care of my child. Okay. Thank you for debating with me. I appreciate it, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You as well. Appreciate you coming up. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everybody. We're going to start getting the debates up here very, very soon. The next person here real quick. Tom, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Mary with the $5 as well. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate it. Some W's for them. Thank you. Charlie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $8. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Neo, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Ashley with the $2. Thank you so much as well. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up there. All right, let's go on the next individual quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Let's go on to the next person here real quick, everybody. Again, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone.
Good afternoon. Parker, I'm 18 years old.
What's your birth year?
May 15th, 2005. May 15th, 2005. I mean, May 15th, 2005.
And you
I'm
said
from
you're 18?
Oregon. Yes.
Yeah, that math makes so much sense, man. That's some really great math you got there. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go on the next individual, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual, everyone. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, born 2006, December 8th.
Okay. Do you support Donald Trump?
I do, yes.
What's your birth year?
2006, December 8th.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. I meant to say, like, do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I don't know. Probably that new policy that he like kind of just created a couple days ago.
Which one?
The one that says that you're a fucking nigger.
Disgusting fuck. Dude, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Not a little bit, but there's one issue that.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
May. I'm ready to.
I caught him before. What is that? I literally just got like an inner feeling that they were about to do something, so I just immediately. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's get the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I have something I want to ask you.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for some debates. I do apologize. I'm just looking for people who specifically do support Donald Trump to get some debates going. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
56.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
And why do you support Trump?
I just like his policy.
Like what?
Well, I like that he's trying to put the American people first as far as bringing more money back into this country. I believe this shutdown is a Democratic ploy, that they don't want to play by the rules. And that, I mean, come on, when do you debate during a CR, clean CR? Why not sign it?
Yeah, so the reason why the Democrats specifically don't want to sign the CR that you're referencing is because it cuts the funding that was going to be continued for the
But didn't they have
ACA
4
subsidies.
years didn't they have 4 years prior to fix that gap where it expires?
That relies on like Congress getting that passed, which they have to get through the filibuster, like what they're doing now. So that's not the point that I would specifically point on to.
But when do they add policy into a clean CR just to keep the government open? I mean, like, you're talking a lot of people not getting paid to be out of work because the Democrats want to put in or debate this policy that they could debate when the people get back to work. When is it? Why is it politics over people? When did that start? Like, why?
Well, actually, I think that the Trump administration is doing that. One, because Trump himself in the past has specifically said that it's actually like going to be the job of the president to get people to come together specifically to vote to keep the government afloat. But now, specifically when he's president, apparently that reasoning doesn't apply.
So what was the last time the government shut down?
2014.
And who was president?
Barack Obama.
Right. And that, it lasted for what reason? Because he wanted Obamacare passed, correct?
Or actually, wait, wasn't there one in
No,
during
the
Trump
last time
in
was
2018?
Trump. Yes.
Yeah.
Trump. That was the last time. And Obama's shutdown was because they wanted Obamacare passed, and he started crying that he wanted it passed. He's going to shut down the government. The Democrats like to hold the public hostage to get their policy.
He's the one it shut down twice under Trump.
They're shutting it down because they hate. It's all hate, dude.
Oh, come on. I thought it was the president specifically that's got to get people to come together to get people to keep the government afloat.
Okay, so why, if the Democrats want to preach unity,
why aren't the Republicans negotiating?
They are negotiating.
No,
they want a clean CR.
No, they aren't. They keep just putting in the same CR. They're not negotiating. They're not even picking up the phone.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a clean CR just to keep the government open. There's nothing added, nothing taken out. It's the same thing they signed the last 4 years.
Not true.
It's the same CR they signed the last 4 years.
That's just not true. They've
Right,
literally.
so you agree
true.
with what they want to do, the bill they want to pass. You're for funding what they want to fund in that
The
what they
ACs?
want to pass.
Yes, because I don't want people's premiums to increase.
Well, the premiums are going to increase anyway. The deadline's
No, they're
passed.
not.
Yeah,
No,
the deadline passed for the.
Well, I don't think that these subsidies should specifically be limited. That's what they're specifically advocating
Right,
for and
but
talking
there's
about.
so much. I mean, I'm sure you read the whole thing, right?
I have not read the whole thing. No.
Okay, so I have not either, to be honest with you. But from what's being said, a lot of money is leaving the country to get this bill that they want for supposed health care.
That's just not true.
I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. Do you agree with? All right, you pay taxes, right?
Yeah.
You have a job. You got a W-2. You pay your taxes. You pay your government and everything else, right? You don't mind paying for people that are not supposed to be getting the health care that we get? Is that? I mean, just tell me. You don't mind paying for others on the free ride?
Dude, undocumented immigrants are not in the context of the bill, right? Getting any type of benefits in terms of like health insurance. If you're talking about paying for other people's health insurance, absolutely. I'm a taxpayer and I'm absolutely okay with increasing the amount of money that we're spending from a government perspective on people's health care. I think right now we do not cover it enough. We should be covering it to a greater extent.
Yeah, but it's covered through taxes, right? So the more you make, the more you pay into healthcare. So that's more of isn't that how it works?
Yeah,
they're going to take more from the people who earn more money. Yeah, the more you earn. So what's the incentive for people to earn more money if they're going to give more people more stuff? It's almost like a socialist type of program.
I would like you to define socialism.
I don't have my computer in front of me like you do, so I can't.
Socialism is when the workers control the means of production. This is clearly not socialism, right? You're just talking about taxation in terms of people who are more wealthy, specifically to pay for people who are in need. That's a good thing. What's the incentive to continue to make more money? Well, because people want more money to be able to buy things.
Well, the
in
more
life.
you make, the more they take.
But the more
right?
you make, the greater percentage in taxes you will pay. Yes, but people who are specifically going to make that much money, they proportionally speaking will likely keep working, as it is the case that they specifically want to keep making money. They have some goal that they're looking for, and they can pay it. They can afford it. So I would rather the tax be placed on people who can afford it and have the disposable income than it be placed on specifically people who cannot afford it. Like the tariffs that Donald Trump's advocating for, they increase taxes for working class Americans, for lower class Americans, because it is the case that lower and middle income individuals spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So when tariffs increase the price of consumer products because there is a tax paid by the American importer who's importing the products to this country, and it's passed down to the consumer because it's an aspect to cost of production and distribution, and it's not placed on the profits, well, then that means that it's specifically going to increase the taxes for working class Americans and shift the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately higher income to those that are
I'm not debating that.
lower income.
I'm not debating the tariffs increase the pricing of the products, of course, because if it's made in China, where it's being made cheaper,
think about this way. No, I want you to think about this way, though. What is it doing to the burden of taxation? If the burden of taxation is being shifted from a progressive tax structure where disproportionately richer individuals pay taxes to a greater extent to a system in which is regressive through tariffs, which lower and middle income individuals are spending a greater proportion of their income on that increase in tax, then what you're doing is you're shifting the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately rich to those that are disproportionately lower income.
Okay. Let me get in front of my laptop, man. Because you got a little advantage because you can look shit up on me.
I'm not looking anything up right now.
So, do you think the tariffs are a bad thing? Do you think bringing more money into the country is a bad thing?
Yes.
Why?
Tariffs are bad because they increase the cost of consumer products for American consumers, which disproportionately raises taxes for lower and middle income individuals when prior it was meant to tax people who are disproportionately rich. You're not listening.
No, I'm listening. I understand what you're saying. It does. It manipulates the taxes, yes, but the purpose of the tariffs is to bring these people that are profiting from being their product being built overseas, to bring them back to America, to bring more jobs back to here. That's what car dealers are doing, dealerships, the manufacturing. How much money did he bring back into this country with the tariffs?
Well, domestic manufacturing investment has declined in this country since Trump got in office, accounting for inflation. So not only has he not increased the level of domestic manufacturing in this country, but we saw a massive increase under the Biden-Harris administration. Actually, under the Biden-Harris administration, because of the Inflation Reduction Act, because of the bipartisan infrastructure, because of the CHIPS and Science Act, it massively increased domestic manufacturing, and we saw it rebound to levels in which we haven't seen in decades in this country. Right?
Right. Okay.
Okay. So then, like, again, with the point we're bringing up is that what tariffs are doing is, because he's replacing income tax with tariffs, right? Some percentage of income tax with some percentage of tariffs. Tariffs are regressive, meaning they disproportionately get the revenue from lower and middle income individuals, whereas specifically, income tax is disproportionately coming from the rich and wealthy. So if you get rid of income tax to a certain percent and you replace that with tariffs, that shifts the burden of taxation from those that are higher income disproportionately to those that are lower income disproportionately.
Okay, so I'm reading here that U.S. manufacturing sector reached a record high in 2024.
Oh, that's in 2024 under Biden. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so since Trump's got in office, we've actually seen real domestic manufacturing investment decline. If you look at the St. Louis Federal Reserve, look up real manufacturing investment U.S. FRED, and it will come up.
I'm reading it.
I can also pull it up for you if you'd like it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at something else about employment. So did he just strike a deal? Did he just make a deal with China? And the whole thing with China was for the rare earth.
I don't see anything with China that we've got that's bettered this set of conditions prior to when he was in office. I don't think a handshake demonstrates that. Trump is just taking credit for everything. Alex, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
I still think the shutdown should be discussed, and I mean I think the CR should be signed and the government should open, and then debate should take place as far as the healthcare situation. I'm agree. Listen, I don't disagree. I feel everybody should have healthcare. Everybody should be covered. But I mean, you can't.
Wait, why do we have to, in order to be able to get to that debate, have to concede to your side? Why don't you have to concede to our side?
But that's how it's been done. Nobody put policy in doing a continuing CR.
Wait,
when was the last time?
Why, in order for us to be able to get to the point where we're having the debates, why, in order for us to get to the point where we're having the debates, do we have to specifically agree to your position? Why can't we agree to my position?
Because the way it's written is not I don't agree with.
Okay, well, same thing with yours. I don't agree with yours. So what do we need to do? We need to negotiate. How do we negotiate? Our fucking Congress members need to be calling each other and picking up their damn phone. Republicans are not picking up the damn phone. They're not negotiating. They're not having dialogue about this. They keep putting through the same CR, right? Hoping that somehow it's going to change the vote in the future because they're fucking trying to force Democrats into specifically the situation because they changed the interpretation of the law to not provide SNAP funding. Did you know that?
Yes. Yes, there's funding for SNAP, but from what I've read, that there wasn't enough to cover the whole program.
No, there was. Wait, so I'd love to see the source on that because they did absolutely have enough funds, and it is the case that the Trump administration, just based upon their quote-unquote own interpretation, are saying that they can't apply this when prior they could do under the context of a government shutdown. All they've done is say that they just don't want to do it, essentially, because they don't want to interpret it in a way in which allow for them to utilize emergency funds that they do have specifically to pay for SNAP.
Hold on.
Okay. So like what point here would be the reason why you support Donald Trump? Because this to me sounds like Trump is starving people in the United States in order to try to get what he wants instead of negotiating.
I guess that's where we're different. I think the Democrats are starving people in America to get what they want.
No, that's you understand that they had over a month to specifically talk about the terms, and they decided not to do that.
Right.
They decided not to even talk.
Right, because what they're proposing is funding for a lot of stuff that's outside the country in their bill.
So, yeah, you're saying that we're fighting for stuff out of the country. How are we fighting for stuff out of the country? What are you talking about?
It's in their bill. What they want us to agree to before they sign the CR.
Like sending $40 billion to Argentina?
Yeah.
No, that's actually the Republicans.
No, Argentina. No, the whole transgender thing.
What trans thing are you talking about?
Oh, let me find it, dude. Hang on.
What? There's nothing that's being brought up that's even talked about relating to that. What are you talking
there
about?
was sex changes in Wanda and all that shit.
No, there's nothing to do with there's nothing to do with that. That doesn't exist. That's a made up fucking talking point. Where's your source for that one, buddy?
I'm looking it up.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll look for it.
I'm trying to find the hold on, I'm trying to figure out how to write it. Damn. I hear you. Let me see what this is.
By the way, everyone asking for Dean. Dean's going to be on live later today. I think he's starting at like 5 o'clock my time. I have a few people to thank in the meantime. Sharon, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Sharon. Can we get some W's for Sharon in the comments section right now? Thank you so much. Megan with the $10. I really appreciate it. W's for Megan as well in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Winkle, thank you for the £5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Zach with the $20. Thank you so much, Zach. Good to see you as always. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, literally. I don't know why everyone assumes I'm like looking things up. I've actually seen so many comments where people think I'm like literally getting everything off like ChatGPT. Alex, thank you for the $5 again. Thank you. And a stamp. Thank you for the $2.
ChatGPT.
Yeah, apparently a lot of people on random TikToks think I'm like in random TikTok comment sections think I'm like using ChatGPT. Honestly, I take that as a compliment. I'm like, I guess I'm ChatGPT brained, bro.
Yeah, if that's what they're saying. Yeah, I can't. My computer's lagging. My internet's fucked up.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't bring it up on my thing to to even discuss it with you because I don't want to say shit that don't really know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to spew nonsense if I can't find it, and I'm really lagging over here.
Oh, can I ask you about something then? How do you feel about Donald Trump, like literally lying about science, like saying the climate's going to start cooling, science just doesn't know it yet, climate change is a hoax, him saying that like Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism when there's a study that indicates
really
no association?
Because I don't know how to answer that because they've been saying climate change for all my life, and the seas rising. I mean, Plymouth Rock is still visible. I mean, if the sea's rising, you wouldn't be able to see it. I mean, I don't know where to go with that.
I don't know why you think climate change is just sea level rise. Yes, sea level rise.
No, it's not. I know it's not that. I'm just saying that's
not just
part
sea
of
level rise.
everything that's been said over the years that I've been alive.
Can I tell you?
The water's rising. The temperature's warm. I mean, listen.
The temperatures have increased.
Yes, the temperature rose, but I mean, I really don't think it's that big of an issue. I think
you think it's not that big of an issue, but what I'm telling you is it is that big of an issue, and I don't think you're the one, because that's what the scientists indicate, right? I'm sorry, I think that climate scientists know a lot more about how the climate is operating than Craig on TikTok, right? I think Craig on TikTok probably knows a little bit less than the climate scientists that have been studying this for decades, right?
Well, listen, I'm not disagreeing with that. So I'm just saying, and I'm sure I know how to operate my machine better than scientists.
So then, like, why is Donald Trump thinking that? Donald Trump thinks it's a hoax. He said the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. So Donald Trump thinks he knows better than science.
How do you want me to answer that? If that's what he thinks,
there is no way to answer that. There's no way to answer that without.
You're right. There is no way. I can't say he's wrong, and I can't say he's right. But listen, you go with who's educated in that department. So I mean, if the scientists are saying that, I mean, they've been saying climate change for 50 years since I've been alive. I don't see it that much. I really don't see it that much. What do you see?
Yeah, I think that I see scientists indicating very clear evidence that the climate is changing and that it's impacting people, and that if you don't want people specifically having to mass migrate around the world, it's going to create conditions for greater levels of mass migration. That's just the reality.
But
right? Not only that, but it's increasing the likelihood of severe weather. It's decreasing the likelihood of us being able to have the same agricultural production in certain areas around the world. It's changing conditions for agriculture, which is definitely harmful to farmers and harmful to people who rely on the certain climate conditions within areas that they are.
Yeah, I can't agree or disagree with you, Dad. I mean, that's. I don't know. I mean, listen, I'm not going to debate you on that one because I don't 100% agree with that. I mean, I don't, like I said, where I am, I get snow in the winter, I get heat in the summer. I mean, my summer wasn't any hotter this year than it was last year.
What state do you live in? I'm just curious.
Jersey.
Jersey? What temperature is it outside today?
Right now?
Yeah.
Hold on. It is. That's literally coming up on my phone. I think it was like 48 degrees or 50, between 48 and 53. I think it was the last I checked. I'll give you a roundabout.
Yeah, and it's in November, right? When was the last time it snowed?
Last winter.
Last winter. Okay, so you're already in November, and the last time it snowed was last year. So then here's my question. Did that happen when you were younger? Or was it snowing by this time of the year?
We've had snow in October.
Yeah, like
once.
Yeah, like when I grew up on Halloween, it would be freezing cold. There'd be snow on the ground, right?
Listen, there were last year it was freezing cold for Halloween. The snow, I remember maybe two or three snows on a Halloween. In Jersey, I don't know where you out of.
Well, I grew up in Iowa. I was just saying, the point that I'm making. I think that that's better.
You're talking a whole different climate there.
Well, then
from Jersey.
Let me give you an example. My grandpa, when he was alive, was a farmer, right, in Iowa, and he actively saw the conditions of the climate in Iowa change over time because he was there all the time and he relied on that for his particular crops. So ask farmers, talk to farmers, ask them about how the climate's changing. Don't just say the random people that are specifically just, fucking going in different businesses and stuff are going to have the ability to identify the changing climate. If you want to ask someone based on their daily life on whether or not there's been a change in the climate, talk to the people who who have been farmers.
Okay.
And they'll tell you the climate has changed over decades and decades and decades. It's true. Don't just ask them, ask climate scientists. What are they saying? Look at professionals and what they say. And the issue is when Donald Trump says that the climate change is a hoax, and he essentially tells you not to accept the climate consensus amongst climate scientists, that causes an even greater public health crisis, not only relating to climate change, but also what he does in terms of COVID. I mean, he brought up using disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Right? Like, that's absurd, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, but climate change has to do with, like, their phenomenons. Like, I'm just got something like the El Nino. That has something to do with climate change. That brings different weather patterns to certain parts of the country. I mean, last year here, climate change in my area showed record-breaking temperatures for 24. Was one of the warmest on record. That's 1 year. I mean, if you're telling me it's consistent, then I can see climate change, but it's different every year.
No, you understand that on average, the global temperature has gone up, right? That's on average in this country. It's every year.
Yeah, yes, on average. But could that be due to all the air travel, space travel, and stuff like that? The ozone layer and breaking through that. I mean, that has to be contributed to it.
So wait, what has contributed? Go back to that.
Well, just space travel going out.
So
No?
man-made. So man-made climate change.
I wouldn't say much man-made. I mean,
I don't think most of it's from space travel.
Conspiracy theorist as far as man-made stuff. I mean, can you make rain? Yeah, I mean, India made it.
No, but it's man-made influencing of the climate.
Hey, I think it has part to it. Yeah.
That is the main driving factor. That's literally what climate scientists indicate. Why are you the one evaluating this rather than looking at what the scientists are saying? Come on, this is what I mean.
I really never put it to thought, climate change, to be honest with you. I mean, to me, it's really a non-issue for me.
Well, it's not going to be a non-issue for very long. You understand that, right? This idea that because it just doesn't impact me right now means I'm just not going to address it is exactly what's going to be harmful to your children.
Years.
I'm sorry. Wait, do you say the same thing about the debt? We shouldn't care about the national debt because it's a non-issue for you. It's giving you more money.
The national debt. Let me ask you something. Do you think the national debt will ever get paid?
I think that we should pay it. Yeah.
No, absolutely. I agree with you. It should be paid. Do you think it'll ever get paid? Who's coming to take their money?
At some point, yes, it will be paid.
And how's that?
You want to know why I say that? Because
Yeah.
we'll pay off the debt that we specifically had to because they have certain deadlines, and then we'll come out with new debt. Will we be able to bring the balance down?
Country?
We can if we actually address it.
Well, I mean, I think the balance.
I think we need to because of the fact that it creates a huge deficit problem.
Well,
It
wasn't
creates
17
a lagging indicator on the
taken off of
debt.
that debt? Wasn't 17 trillion just taken off of that debt?
What'd you say?
Wasn't 17 trillion taken off of that debt?
No, when?
I thought I just read something about 17 trillion. I'm getting a little annoyed. Not with you. I can't get a freaking clean state. My Wi-Fi in my area is like in and out.
Mm-hmm.
So
Sarah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate it. Beverly, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Beverly. Yeah, I know. There's so much severe weather happening. They said they just had a typhoon in Alaska. That's
well,
crazy.
Look at Jamaica.
What's up?
Look at Jamaica.
Yeah, you understand that like those type of weather events are more likely to occur because of climate change. Yeah, that right?
Because of climate change. I mean,
Yes.
listen, that storm in Jamaica, you're not going to see that. I don't think you're going to see that every year.
No, I'm just saying severe weather events are more likely to happen like that because of the fact that climate change is influencing those to be more likely to occur.
Right. Definitely the water temperature change that influences the weather. Water temperature influences the severe weather, the hurricane type weathers, and
So hurricanes, tornadoes.
Yes. Water change, not so much tornadoes, more hurricanes, because hurricanes form over the water more so than land.
Okay. So I'm confused what your point is here.
No, you were just talking about severe weather, so I was like, yeah, I mean, but the storm in Jamaica, the Category 5 that went through Jamaica, that's you're not going to see that every year. You're not going to see a storm like that every year. So is that contributing to weather change, or is it just once in a lifetime type of storm?
I'm just saying that these are more likely to happen because of climate change, because of the change in the.
You're saying more frequently?
Water. Yes, more.
You're
frequently.
saying more frequently? Okay. Well, all right. Last year we had 0 in our area.
Okay.
The year before that we had 3.
All right.
I mean, so
okay. I don't think this conversation is going
I don't know where you want to
anywhere
go
on
with
this.
this.
My point was that you should look at what the scientists are saying. You don't know yourself. You have no clue. But it seems like you don't care to do that.
I will look. I said I'll look it up. I just, I'm waiting to freaking get a signal.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, is there any like economic policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
No, I haven't really followed that.
So you don't know a single economic policy of Trump's that you like? Could you name any general policy of Trump's that you like?
I'm sorry, you broke up.
Could you name any general policy as to why you like Trump?
Yep.
Such as?
Well, I think the policy with the whole overtime and the taxes and stuff like that, I think that helps a lot of people.
Okay. So you said overtime. So the deduction on overtime is within the big beautiful bill. The deduction on overtime is a very small portion of the bill, and this is also
25,000 is the write-off for. It's not
12,
even.
It was 12,500. It was a deduction.
I think a lot of people got confused with how that was going to work anyway with the overtime.
It's a $12,500 deduction, meaning that you just deduce that from your taxable income. Secondly, as well as it relates to this, Kamala Harris wanted to keep all the tax cuts that were applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, while increasing taxes on income over $400,000 a year. Donald Trump's bill adds $3.4 trillion to the debt, gives massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month, 2.5 million people on average every single month off their food stamps, and over 10 million people off their access to health insurance. That's why it's a horrible bill.
Okay. I'm listening. That's the big beautiful bill you're saying. But
Yes.
Wait, does it take them off of healthcare? Because I read something different that it doesn't take them off of healthcare. It's forced. You have to work a minimum amount of hours if able to collect.
Yes, it changes the work requirements so that less people
Right.
are going to be able to get access to it.
Is it
Which, in no circumstance should that ever affect children.
he's doing it to be vindictive to put people that are qualified and healthy enough to work to get them to work.
I think
like
it's
you
to
got
be
people,
vindictive because. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I mean, I've seen TikToks or videos. These people crying that they have to go work or do community service 20 hours a week, and they're able-bodied, and they don't want to do that because they're getting the free healthcare and the free this and the free that. I believe if you're a healthy human being, you should go work.
Yeah. So
Do you
again,
not agree with that?
okay. So what you're not understanding is that there's lots of people who are disabled that have yet to
No,
get
no,
onto
I understand that 100%, and I agree with that 100%. But I'm asking you, do you agree with these people that are willing and able to work that refuse to because they're on that free ride?
If it is the case that someone specifically isn't limited in any capacity, I would say that they should work. I don't think restricting their access to food is the best way to incentivize them to work, though. And I don't think it should have any impact on the children, because the children specifically, they can't do that. They can't work. They shouldn't have their access to food, lunch and breakfast limited because of that. Now, let me address this in general. This policy that's being passed, it affects people who are disabled, who have not yet qualified for disability, because it takes super long to get qualified to disability.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, is it's just going to harm a lot of people.
Yes, but if they're truly disabled, they're going to be entitled to their benefit. He's not going to take them off of their benefit.
Once they qualify for disability, but if they have not qualified for disability yet, they're going to be disenfranchised.
They're going to be disenfranchised until they qualify.
Yeah, which takes a long time to qualify.
So if they were qualified already for that benefit, then they wouldn't be taken off of it.
You understand that, again, the reason why it's saying that they don't qualify is because they added a work requirement that did not exist prior?
Yes. So they have to, so basically, if they're truly disabled, they have to
they are disabled, and they have to go through a process in order to be able to get access to that disability.
Correct.
Okay. And that process takes super long, and in the process of doing so, they could have their benefits restricted, because it takes years to go through said process in plenty of circumstances.
Are your years to go through the process? If you're already if you're already on the disability medical, they're going to wait. I don't think they're going to make you wait years to be processed through to see if you're qualified. I mean,
no. Again, I'm talking about for someone who is not quite qualified for disability yet.
Right, but where's the proof that they're going to wait years to get?
There's people in the chat right now, literally telling you it's taken them years to go through. For many people, it says 3-4 years in the chat. They're literally indicating that to be true. Those are people in the chat that have gone through the process.
And they were told it's going to be 3 or 4 years?
No, they went through the process, and that's how long it took.
But yeah, I'm getting confused because you're telling me this process just started with being taken off of the benefit.
I'm talking about how long it takes for people to get onto disability and to qualify for disability.
Right, but the people that are already on the disability is what I'm saying. They're already
for them to originally qualify for disability.
Okay, I got you now. For a new claim, you're saying. I'm talking about the people that are already on disability.
I'm not talking about people who are already on disability. I'm talking about people who are trying to qualify for that.
Well, okay, it would take long. This bill would take them longer to get qualified for it. I understand that, but you were telling me people were losing the benefit because of the bill, not the people that are already disabled.
Think about it this way. They had access to the food stamps already. They are disabled. They're trying to qualify for disability. They can't work 20 hours a week yet, and it is or at all. And it is the case that they specifically are now in a circumstance where they're going to be cut off of this because they don't meet the 20-hour work week. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, but
they're still yet trying to qualify for disability. They haven't yet qualified for disability yet because it takes a long time to go through the process. They do actually qualify for disability, but they haven't yet, from a legal perspective, been identified to have qualified for it because it takes a process for them to go through to do that.
And it's the same process that everybody else had to go through to qualify for. Is that no longer the same?
For disability, yes.
Correct. Yes. So nothing's changed. You're still going to get your benefit. You still have to qualify.
Dude, hey man, when they change the work requirement, it restricts people who are disabled from getting it who have not yet qualified for disability.
Okay. All right, we can go back and forth.
Does that make sense?
I understand what you're trying to say, and it does make sense. But if they're truly disabled where they can't work the required minimum, I think what he's trying to do is weed out the people that are able-bodied to work. And does it hurt the people that are actually disabled? If they go through the process, no, they're going to get their benefit. Isn't that correct?
This is not specifically, again, if you want to get people to work, how about you provide a different pathway for people to get access to a job rather than restricting people's access to food or restricting people's access to health insurance who are in need?
With the work requirement. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that one. I think if you need to qualify, if you're disabled, you need to go through the process to qualify to be disabled.
Yeah, so in the time it takes them to go through the process, say they're at the beginning aspect of the process, it's going to take them years to go through the process. What should they do in the years before they get access to it?
What did they do in the years before this bill was passed?
I'm saying that they're disabled and they haven't yet got access to it. They're going through the process right now. They've started the process, but it takes years to go through it. Because it takes years to go through it. Because
it takes years to go through the process.
Yes.
So what I'm asking you is, what did they do with these people that are filing their claims for disability to get the benefit? What did they do before the bill was passed? They just got the benefit?
They got the benefit, right? Not because they were disabled, but because of their income threshold. They qualified.
Because they're in, okay. And then, and this bill has an income requirement or a work requirement to qualify for the benefit.
Just say that again. Go for it.
I think they got the benefit based on their income requirement, you said, right? Not based on their disability qualification.
Yeah, in this circumstance that I'm providing, in a hypothetical situation.
So, in your hypothetical situation, if you were disabled and you had to file for benefits before the big bill, wasn't it the same waiting period to get qualified for benefits, for health benefits?
Yeah, the disability process has not changed. We're talking about the process for qualifying for food stamps. Okay?
Oh, for food stamps. I was on the healthcare. I was trying to understand the whole big bill with the health.
Take away food stamps, Medicaid.
Okay.
This is the big.
If you're disabled, if you were going for government benefits, okay, you have to qualify to prove that you're disabled, correct?
You have to go through a process. It takes years to go through said process. So when someone begins that process, they don't have yet access to disability yet they still are disabled.
Correct. It's the same as before this bill was passed. It was the same process, isn't that correct?
But because of their income threshold, they specifically, and because the work requirement wasn't there, they were able to qualify for Medicaid. But under this bill now, because the bill's been passed, because they don't meet the 20 hours of work week, every single week, because they're disabled, right? It is the case that they can't get access to it.
They qualified for health care based on their work
their level of income.
This is where you lose them. Your level of income, they qualify for Medicaid. But I'm talking about the disabled people that are trying to get health care. They still have to go through the process. Isn't that correct? The process is still the same before and after the bill was passed. Isn't that correct? The waiting period is still the same. Isn't that correct? The only thing that was added, you have to prove that you can't work to get benefits. The 20 hours a week. Isn't that correct?
I don't think you're following. I genuinely, at this point, I don't think I'm able to have this conversation with you. I've now repeated the same thing, I think, probably 5 times. Like, I genuinely don't think that this is a conversation that's going to get through to your head.
All I'm saying is, if you're disabled, you have to go through the same process to get benefits before and after this bill was passed. Isn't that correct?
Dude, the process of disability is not changed. It's whether or not they were able to get access to Medicaid. Okay? I'm telling you that people who are specifically going through the process of getting access to disability, who are disabled, who cannot work the 20 hours a week, will not be able to get access to their Medicaid that they previously were getting because there wasn't a work requirement in place. Meaning that while they were trying to qualify for disability, right, they still were able to get access to Medicaid. Does that make sense?
So they were still trying to qualify for disability, and they were still getting health care before they were qualified.
Yes.
So how did they qualify for health care if they didn't qualify for being disabled yet?
Because the way in which they qualified for health care was not because they're disabled. Do you know that there are people who are not disabled that get access to Medicaid? Do you think that you only get access to Medicaid if you're disabled?
I thought, yeah.
No, there are people who get access to Medicaid who are not disabled.
For income levels, for lower income levels, they get, yes. They start, and that has to be a process too. There's a process of doing that too.
Yes, there's qualifications, and Trump has changed the qualifications to add a work requirement when prior there was no work requirement for Medicaid.
Okay. Now, I understand that. And I don't think the work requirement is that bad of a deal. If you're not disabled, you need to go to work to get government benefits. If you're disabled, well, yes, 100% agree, you deserve benefits.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that because in order to be able to get access to the benefits through disability, you have to qualify for disability. While they're trying to qualify for disability, because you've imposed this work requirement, it's going to restrict people from getting access to Medicaid while they're trying to qualify for disability.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's the process. The process is the process. I mean, it's just like the process before the bill. You still had to go through the process to get qualified. I mean, I don't see what the difference is. Because there's a work requirement, everybody's got fucking shitting diamonds over here. It's like, there's a work requirement, big deal. If you can work, go to work. If you can't, you're going to get disability. I don't agree with paying for people that are able-bodied to work and living off and sponging off the government, off of your tax dollar.
Dude, I'm totally okay with everyone having access to health care. No one in this country, no one in this.
If you truly need them and you're able and you truly cannot. Good. Everybody in this country deserves health care. Absolutely.
Okay. I believe in universal access to health care, meaning I think that health insurance should be provided to everyone through a public option. Right? Everyone gets access to it, right? So I want to pay for everyone, right? The idea that like we're going to be paying for some people is no issue to me. What's wrong with that?
There's not. I do it now, so there's no issue with me. But I have the issue with people that are able to work that refuse to because they want the free ride. That's where my issue is.
Okay. What percent of people in these programs?
Weed out those people.
What percent? That's not what's going to happen here. What percent of people in these programs do you think that this is applicable to?
I'm going to go over 20%.
What source do you have for that?
You asked me an opinion. That was an opinion. I don't have a fact. I'm throwing out, I think it's over 20% of the people that are getting benefits are able-bodied workers. They're all over fucking TikTok and Facebook complaining that they got to work 20 hours. I mean, they sell themselves out.
I'm sorry. I think it's ridiculous that like you don't want to provide people access to basic amenities.
No.
And you're
I didn't say they want to provide. I'm paying
that's
for
the reality.
it now.
Let me give you a broader perspective on this. This big beautiful bill.
Pay for it now.
This big beautiful bill does not even affect right the people that you're specifically referencing only, right? I'll give you another specific. And for children, 420,000 children are cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month because of the big beautiful bill. Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay. Are you willing to say that you support Trump even though that this still occurs?
Yeah.
Because of his policy. So you're willing to reduce children's access to free school lunch and breakfast, things that they need in order to eat, to be fed during the school day, for what policy? What policy do you think is so great that makes up for all of that?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I didn't get free food, free lunch in school when I was growing up. When I wasn't in a wealthy family.
Okay. Well, I think every kid's meal should be taken care of. So just because you didn't get it as a kid doesn't mean you shouldn't create that system for other children.
But I pay for it. I pay for other children to get fed.
I'm sorry. Do you really care about the amount of money that's going to feed children? I don't give a shit. I would want the children to be fed.
Listen, I I own a small restaurant. I give out more free food to homeless and sheltered than probably any restaurant in my area. So,
But from the federal government perspective, you don't want to give out food.
What's that?
From a federal government standpoint, you don't want to give out food.
I don't want to
increase your taxes.
I don't want to give it out to the people that are willing, that are able-bodied to take care of themselves. That's what I don't want to do.
So we're talking about children now. We're talking about. Hey, dude, we're talking about children right now.
And, yeah, I'm all for feeding the children.
Okay.
Like I said,
but you just said that you're willing to. You just said that you're willing to specifically vote for Donald Trump, right?
I don't think he's
even though he cuts off the children off of their
where it
access
says
to.
that these children aren't being fed. Where's it? Where's that written?
The Congressional Budget Office. Okay, it's a bipartisan committee from the federal government.
Okay. I mean, my whole thing is I don't like the free rides, dude. That's it. For people that are able to work.
Hey, dude, I get it, but that's a very small portion of the budget. If you want to address the amount of money that specifically is going to people that shouldn't be getting it, then why don't you talk about the big, massive tax loopholes for millionaires and billionaires? Why don't you talk about the massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires under the big, beautiful bill?
They all use it.
What's up?
They all use it. Republicans and Democrats, they all use the loophole.
Wait, so then they shouldn't, right? Why don't we get rid of that?
No, I don't.
They're free riding off the system, right?
Yeah, aren't they all?
Okay, so then why don't we address that free riding rather than you saying that, like, oh, you want to reduce people's access to food stamps and Medicaid, which, again, you can't even ensure that the people you're cutting off, that this is applicable to them.
Listen, the people I want to cut off of them is the people that are, like I said again, the people that are able to do it themselves. I don't want to cut kids off.
I know that you keep saying that, but that's not what happens in the bill. The bill does not just do that. Oh, dude, fuck,
Well,
holy shit, I'm gonna go crazy.
Don't go crazy. They got Xanax for that.
I actually have to kick you now because you can't say that on TikTok Live.
What's that?
I'm sorry, man. You can't say the X DRUG. I'm pretty sure you can't. At least I'm not going to take the risk for it anyway. You can come up on a different day. I can't have you up today because of the TikTok TOS. It will limit the push of the stream because you can't say any specific DRUG names. Darius, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I would definitely be interested for that. I would definitely be interested in that. Bugs, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Bugs. Thank you. Tyrone, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Arizona, thank you for the $1. Robert with the $5. Thank you. As well as, again, Arizona with the $5. Amanda with the $5. Madeline, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Rory, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I'll definitely have to look at it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Katie, thank you for the $5. Elizabeth, thank you for the $1. Good to see you. Good to see you. Mark with the $5. Shauna with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Kathy, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Kathy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hold on. Let me go upstairs real quick.
How old are you?
2005.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do, Parker.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would pick Trump again. But I would. Before I go into my spiel, I'm not somebody you would catch wearing like a MAGA hat walking down the street. Just gonna say that.
Okay. All right. So then why do you support Donald Trump?
First of all, I know the counter arguments to it that they haven't lasted, but 3 ceasefires. I'm out of breath. My bad. I just ran up like 4 flights of stairs. Israel, Palestine, India, Pakistan, and Israel and Iran. And it's not Donald Trump's fault that Bibi Netanyahu and Israel already broke the ceasefire.
Okay, so you think that Donald Trump leads to more peace?
Yeah, I would say so. I'd say, yeah.
Yeah, so how do you feel about him wanting to declare war against Venezuela and bombing like multiple different boats, killing dozens of people? Pretty sure it's over 60 people now that they've killed with absolutely no evidence that they have, had any possession of drugs. And even if they did, it wouldn't make sense to have drone strike them. And it would make sense to, what's it called? It would make sense in that circumstance to just detain them once they get to U.S. waters, right? We can also talk about who wants to start war with Iran and Nigeria now.
Isn't he doing that to basically stop like the election, right, in Venezuela?
Yeah, so I mean, he has said many different things, but the point is that he's trying to engage in conflict and war around the entire world. So the idea that he's a peace president is absurd.
I mean, I know you
changed the name of Department of Defense to Department of War.
Yeah, but how many have actually been started? And how many casualties compared to?
I mean, was there any started by the Biden-Harris administration? There was no, you couldn't even imagine the Biden-Harris administration, from fucking Twitter declaring war on different nations and bombing just fishermen boats with literally no evidence that they had any drugs that they've given to Congress. No evidence.
I mean, some of them were known drug smuggling boats, correct? I mean, I've done a little bit of research.
Oh, give me a single source on that one. What evidence was given to Congress?
I mean, if you'll probably know more on this topic, so I'm gonna take it at face value right here and believe you. But so are you not giving them any props for those three other trees? Any of those?
I don't give him props for peace because all he's trying to do is take credit for things that he didn't even cause. So Trump is really good at bragging about things that have nothing to do with him, like literally. And that's what they were making fun of him for. Like foreign leaders were making fun of Trump, saying that he'll brag about literally anything.
I mean, I've noticed that pattern as well. Yes, he does like gloating.
Yeah, things that have nothing to do with him.
But I mean, he was in talks. We all know how close. I mean, he is with Bibi Netanyahu. He was talking with him about a peace treaty. That is like a known thing. It's not his fault that Israel and Bibi broke that. Like,
okay,
even though we're very intertwined with Israel.
So explain to me why you would give him the success, but you wouldn't give him the failure.
Well, because he's not a leader in Israel. I feel like that's kind of like a false equivalence.
Doesn't he have power over them?
I mean, at face value, yeah, but I mean, isn't it pretty known that Israel's intertwined with our government? Like, I know you know this. You're a smart dude.
I would say that there's still going to be some mechanism that the president has to be able to hold Israel accountable that I would say both sides should be doing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that 100%. But we don't hold Israel accountable. That's not really just a Trump thing. I will not say that he.
Then why are you uniquely giving him any benefit for this? It doesn't seem like there's anything unique here that would be good for him.
Because I mean, I'm not someone who didn't comprehend the magnitude of terrible things that happened in Gaza. I was glad that it, and I also don't know this. Has it stopped to an extent?
So that,
or is it still full force?
They're bombing Gaza again, and they are literally preventing the amount of aid going in.
All right, so it's still pretty terrible, yes.
So this is kind of my point is that
we still have India and Pakistan. Okay, continue, my bad.
Well, both sides didn't even indicate that Trump caused there to be a reduction in conflict.
India and Pakistan, or what? Israel and Palestine.
India, Pakistan.
Okay. Well, I have some other points too, but that was just what's happened pretty recently.
What are your other points?
Hasn't in recent weeks and months, some food prices have dropped, such as eggs and stuff, right? In recent weeks,
grocery prices have gone up. Now, eggs prices have gone down since the earlier aspect of this year because of bird flu, right? Bird flu was increasing prices of eggs because of the fact that we had to kill a bunch of chickens.
Okay.
So,
I could
but
keep
like, yeah,
going,
like
but-
I'm serious. Like, if you want to look at like overall grocery prices, they've gone up according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. There's actually higher upward pressure on prices because Trump's implementation of tariffs, and because of the reduction in the interest rate.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of some other points. You know, I'm just here for a discussion. No, just like most of these people are. I mean, I think he's pretty articulate. I mean, I'm not articulate isn't the word I would use. I would say he's a good speaker. He's motivational in some ways.
Trump is a good speaker. He said that the climate is going to start cooling. Science just doesn't know it yet.
Yeah, I know about it. I know about what
he
he said.
said.
About climate
He said that
change.
windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that if he won, or if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won. Did you know that?
Yeah, I feel like we can't really bring religion into this, though, right? Because I feel like you're not even religious. So, like, I feel like, or maybe you are. I don't know enough about you, Parker. Sorry if that's a bold assumption.
I'm not religious, but like the point that I would make with that is that if Jesus were the vote counter, I don't think you would even say that's true, right? Like he clearly didn't win California.
No, I know he didn't.
The idea is if someone was a good intentioned individual, that's the idea. I understand the idea. Like I grew up in a Christian household. I know what you mean.
I mean, yeah, that's true. But like, I'm just talking about his speeches in general, not just like, you're always gonna have a counter argument to some things. I've heard Dean say the thing about the whales. Obviously, that's a idiotic statement. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that that's not crazy, but.
But you said he's a good speaker. Like, dude, there's no way
I've heard some good speaks, but I've also. I'm not a Kamala hater either, but I've heard I don't think her speeches hold the same level of.
She's totally coherent, like totally coherent. It's not even comparable.
The accent thing was a little weird during the election.
I'm sorry. The code switching is not going to be a reason why you're going to look at her in a negative connotation insofar as that you wouldn't vote for her. That's ridiculous.
So that's like a known thing that she was code switching. She's like admitted that.
Yeah, it's called code switching.
No, I've heard of the term, but I'm not gonna ridicule her for something that's completely fine. Then I thought code switching was like looked down upon in a way because I mean she was like using an accent that isn't natural to her. Isn't that like in essence a little weird?
No, because it's specifically so that like for code switching in these contexts are specifically so that people do not experience racism. Right?
Wait, is what I just said misogynistic in any way?
What?
No.
Thing?
Like anything I just said about Kamala, because chat said that's misogynistic.
I would have to know what specific claim they're referencing. Her name is Kamala, by the way. But
Kamala, not Kamala. Okay.
Yeah. The point that we would bring up is that clearly Kamala Harris is extremely way more qualified than Donald Trump. It's not even close. You understand that like comparing her speeches to his are like comparing someone with a PhD to like a kindergartner. Like I'm serious. That's the comparison here. Donald Trump is like has a kindergartner type speech pattern. Like, and that might be disrespectful to kindergartners.
It's a bold comparison, but
I mean, have you heard the clip where he's like, "We should look into using disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19"?
No, I have not heard that.
Yeah, he said that. Isn't that crazy? Like, who would ever think of utilizing disinfectant by injection?
I've said this.
To fight COVID-19.
I've said this before, and I guess anybody could say this about really anything someone says, but I feel like a lot of the things he says, even though he is our president, he should be 100% serious at all times, is satirical. I feel like he tries to be a comedian at points when he just shouldn't be. Like, if that's a legit claim that he was going for, then that's
he literally
brain.
Said
that's
that.
brain.
Like, that's like being the kid being like, you know what, like. If we want to like clean out the virus, why don't we use Lysol? like seriously, that's like a kindergartner level response, and that might even be disrespectful to kindergartners because I have never, I can't even imagine, like genuinely, that's nuts, right?
Yeah.
So it's like we can't even like sane wash that. We have to acknowledge that's crazy, and that he's not a good speaker. by no basis in evidence.
Okay. I mean, I'm never gonna change my opinion on some parts, but I know, like, I always see where you guys are coming from, and I understand. Like, I know about E. Jean Carroll. Like, I've heard about that. Like, I know about Dean. I talked to. First of all, people are making fun of me, but like, I'm kind of new to ever going on like a live and debating, so I'm a little nervous. You can hear it in my voice, but he brought up the Howard Stern clip. Dean did. I also said that I think that could be satirical just based off the fact that it's Howard Stern, the world's biggest comedian. Back in the day, like.
And even then,
But yeah,
you don't say that about your daughter. That's crazy.
He wasn't. Wait, was. No, he was talking about pageant, creeping on girls in the pageant show.
Well, sorry, I didn't even know what clip you were referencing because there's so many horrible clips with Howard Stern. You're talking about the ones
No,
where
Howard
he
Stern
bragged
didn't say it.
about
Donald
walking
Trump
to the
said it.
changing. Yeah, Donald Trump. Yeah, talked about bragging about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. That's a legitimate thing that Donald Trump said he would do. And then also there was an 18-year-old that came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in.
No, yeah, no, I know. I've already been in on the conversation. I heard about it. And I said to Dean already, I said, obviously, if I'm not trying, people were saying you're defending a rapist. Like, I'm just trying to have a conversation and make a point for why that couldn't be. I get that. That could be like not believing the victim, but I'm literally just trying to have a conversation. I would never like, I'm pro-abortion and I'm pro-Trump. So like, I know you can say that's hypocritical and but I am. And
okay,
I thought that clip was satirical. That's the point I made.
Let's talk about this point then. Like, why don't you believe Eugene Carroll?
No, I believe Eugene Carroll. From what I've seen, I mean, he was held civilly liable.
So you are defending a rapist?
No, I believe Eugene Carroll. So how am I defending a rapist?
Because Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll.
I mean, I believe Eugene Carroll because he was held civilly liable. I believe the courts. So I guess.
So then, why are you defending a guy that you think did that?
Because I'm just trying to have a conversation on what 60% of our country is Republican.
Okay,
Like,
but do you believe that? Do you support him? Like, if you could go back in time yourself, would you vote for Donald Trump with the knowledge that you have right now?
If I thought it was better for the country, yes, I would.
No, do you think it's better?
Because I'm separating. I'm separating personality from politics here. Like, you can say that's not possible.
I'm asking you, if you could go back in time and you could vote based upon your
60%
values,
sus.
what would you do?
What the hell did that person just say?
Dude, I'm about to tell you to turn off the chat, or I'm going to kick you off my stream.
Okay, I will leave so you can go on to the next person because I had a good conversation with you, but I wouldn't vote. Okay.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Do you suck dick with your butt cheeks?
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I am 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
It is 2007.
What month?
What?
What month?
August.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
First of all, his stance on illegal immigrants. Second of all, the man's literally taking a bullet for the country at this point. And alongside the fact that y'all constantly say he hates women, but he's hired mainly women for jobs in the government.
No, he hasn't.
All right, name more males than females that he's hired.
Yeah. J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, right?
Those are male predominant jobs. But VP
oh, now they're just male predominant jobs. Those are only just 2. I can keep going. Kash Patel.
All right, keep going. Okay.
How many do you want me to name?
Just name 2
Rubio.
more. Okay, one more.
You want me to name one more?
Yeah, that's it.
Stephen Miller.
All right, 5 females.
I can't name 5 women specifically that Donald Trump has put in the positions of power.
All right, here. Christine, Caroline Levitt. Trying to remember the one chick's name.
Woman.
Sorry, yeah, one woman. Crap. All right, you got me there. I don't remember the names, but I'll be willing to compromise you there and say you got me there. I forgot the names.
Okay, that was the point you brought up. How did I get you on your own point? Okay, go on to another one.
I didn't fully think my own point through, and I'm willing to accept that.
Okay, that's good. So what makes you think that he quote unquote took a bullet for the country?
He got shot in the ear by a liberal.
Actually, they were a registered Republican.
Yes, but that person, had multiple things going on in their life that align them with the Democrat Party more or less.
You said that. Okay, wait. So what did he do that aligned with the Democratic Party?
His beliefs, how like he supported transgenderism and all that.
Trump?
No, the nut who shot Trump's ear. I'm not saying the guy's name.
I think you're thinking of a different situation.
I'm talking about the thing that happened last year.
I don't even think there was a prescription from them about trans people. Like, they were known by the people in their classrooms to be like that one conservative kid.
All right. Here, ask another question. I'm out of questions. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't prepare for this at all.
Okay, so what about like how do undocumented immigrants harm this country?
They bring in crime. They actually have made it harder to import stuff without. That face is very condescending, buddy.
Well, I'm just like, I don't know how you got that. What do you mean?
They've made it harder to import because you have to do more checks to see if they're sneaking through.
What? That doesn't affect the importation
It has
process.
brought more terror into the country, such as in New
we
York.
import things through ports.
They've brought more terror through terrorists through the country than ever before. Example, the terrorists that are currently in New York burning down American flags and causing riots or assisting with the riots in the street.
I was just recently in New York. I don't know what riot you're talking about. Now, if you're talking about specifically bringing in crime, undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. And if you want to talk about domestic terrorism is more prevalent from the right, and it's also not common to come in from undocumented immigrants. Again, they're multiple times as likely to commit violent crime than natural-born U.S. citizens.
Okay, besides the one politician that was murdered, name a Republican that has committed a violent crime against Democrats in the past 5 years.
Yeah, we could bring up the Hortmans that were killed literally in the summer of this year. We can talk about specifically how Paul Pelosi was beaten with a hammer, right? I can keep going. We can talk about January 6th, right? Where literally
January 6th. Okay, y'all want to talk about January 6th?
Donald Trump pardoned
look at the riots that
who
happened
beat
in
police
California.
officers.
Look at the riots that happened in California. Multiple cops have been killed there too. Trust me, I've lived there for multiple years. I no longer live there, thankfully. Yes.
Wait, where in California?
L.A.
I live in LA.
Well, then you've seen the riots.
I have not seen a riot.
The George Floyd riots. We could
wait. Hold on. Why are you? Okay, you're going back. So, by the way, name one single Democrat that supported any political violence that's in office.
Biden.
When did Biden support political violence?
All right. I'll give you this. I'll admit defeat. All right.
Okay. So you can't mention a single Democrat in office that specifically has supported political violence. But I can give you Donald Trump, who pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, which led to the police officer
yes, I can.
having a heart attack. Go ahead.
All right, here. How about this? How about we talk about the George Floyd riots, though?
Waiting.
Because
how about this? Do you think George Floyd was murdered?
Not intentionally. He died of a drug overdose.
Yes, he was. No, he didn't. The cause of death based upon the autopsy report was asphyxiation. What are you talking about? That is a made up racist talking point.
Having twice the lethal dose of fentanyl in your system?
One, you can't say that on the live, so I have to kick you. Two, again, it was not listed as a cause of death, and also, I don't even know where he got that number from. No, there was no evidence that he died due to that. Again, all the evidence indicated asphyxiation. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Rebecca, thank you. Thank you. Don't worry, I will make sure not to say anything. Don't worry. I just saw that now. Tyrone, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let me go on to the, let me check on YouTube real quick. We're going to go on to the next person. By the way, everyone, we hit 400,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is actually fucking nuts. Can we get some W's for the 400K on YouTube? That's fucking crazy. That's actually fucking crazy. Seriously. That is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. 400K is crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Do you suck dick with your butt cheeks?
That's the same idiot. Erotica, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Erotica. I really appreciate it. Can we have some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Che, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Heather with the $5. Catherine with the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jason with the $2. Emily with the $20. Thank you so much, Emily. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Che, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. Brevin, thank you for the $10, and Antarctic, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as well as the pinned comment on my YouTube. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Alrighty, yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
It's a shame.
Hello? Oh, you said hello as soon as I kicked you. That's very unfortunate. Oh. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Seems like you're having an issue connecting to the stream. Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
51.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump every day.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, because he stands for, I like his policies. I believe shutting the border down and vetting people that come in, not just letting anybody walk in and give you whatever name and history that pops off the top of their head. Could be criminals, serial killers. I mean, imagine if I could step over a line and clear my whole bank history, credit history, give myself a new name. I could be wanted for murder, committed 12 murders, and be like, oh no, I've never been committed of a crime. My name's Joe Blow. Just not a good idea.
That's not what's happening. Under the Biden-Harris administration, it wasn't that people could just make up their own identities and walk across the border. That's not what was happening.
If you want to talk about what was happening.
No,
they walked across the border. They said, who are you? They said, I'm Joe Blow. And they said, okay, here's a ticket. Show up to court Friday. They didn't request ID.
That's not what's happening. It's going to be through the context of the court process. There's going to be a process of identification, right? You understand that that's actually like something that's existed under the Biden-Harris administration and previously. It's not that you could just create whatever.
They did not require ID to come into the country. They did not require ID for you to be catched and released.
There was identification through the process of coming into the country and being vetted.
Not when you just walk across and you're catched and released. There's no vetting.
They're not just releasing people who are undocumented into the country without them claiming asylum, without them specifically going through any.
Yeah, they say my name's Joe Blow and I'm claiming asylum.
Okay, so if they're claiming
Yeah.
asylum, that's a legal process, and they don't just make up their own name. They provide documentation that justifies that.
No, I don't believe so.
Yes, because asylum is a legal process of immigration. You don't believe so, but you're not basing your beliefs in evidence. You're basing your beliefs in feelings.
No, I don't think so. I think it's most of the people who come across had no identification. And the countries where they did have identification, they don't cooperate with us as far as doing a background check. You can't do a background check on
What
people
countries?
walking across the water.
What countries didn't cooperate?
Well, I don't know what most of them.
Most
That's
countries
why
cooperate.
That's why we don't. No, they don't cooperate.
Yes, they do.
No, I guarantee it.
And in situations in which people do not like cooperate, that's still fine. Like, for example, would you have been okay with accepting in Jewish refugees during the Holocaust?
These military deployments, these call for a plan.
Well, I don't think there's anything ever in life that's ever equivalent to the Holocaust.
No, I'm just
Like, if
asking.
there was an extreme exception, that would be it.
I mean, you should respond to my point. Like, I think it's a pretty important point to respond to, right? Like, in that circumstance, you wouldn't be able to cooperate with the context of the federal government in Germany because they actively wouldn't cooperate within that connotation, right? So then you wouldn't be able to find that said information,
Right,
So
but I don't
obviously,
think
would
that's
you let people? Would
that's
you
not
let
even a
people?
comparison.
would
That's
you let
not a good
people-
comparison because they're not rounding people up in Mexico and killing them. So that's
Well-
that's not even a good comparison.
Well, there are places around the world where that's happening, and in those
Yeah,
circumstances,
definitely.
would you be okay with people coming to our country through those means?
I mean, possibly, but they would still have to be vetted. Like the fact that a person is willing to, when you cross the
There you go.
border,
So there's a
when
vetting
you're
process,
not
so
at
that's
a
the asylum
boarding
process.
crosser.
You just said that
No,
the asylum
listen,
process is justified.
listen. If they come to the gate, and say, "Look, these people are trying to kill me. Here's all my ID, everything I got." That's one thing. When you're jumping a fence, you're committing a crime. So the fact that
I
they're entering
don't think
the
you care about
country-
people committing crimes. I mean, you voted for a convicted criminal.
That's exactly it. If you have someone jumping the fence, they're committing a crime to get into the country.
You
Therefore,
voted for a convicted criminal.
I voted for a guy that the Biden administration was using the justice system to take out their opponent. That's completely different.
Nope. That had nothing to do with the Biden administration. The
They
DOJ
just
was
came
not.
out today.
The
where
DOJ was
the
not what
DOJ
determined. The
subpoenaed,
DOJ was
like
not.
every
listen,
Republican's
listen. The
phone
DOJ
records.
The DOJ is not the one.
Just recently, this week. Yeah, just this week. They found out they subpoenaed all the Republicans from Kirk to senators, the congressmen's phone records. They weaponized the justice system. Trump's brought in $20 trillion investment in his first year. Biden didn't bring in two. His whole
What the
administration.
fuck? This 20? Where'd you get this 20 trillion number from?
It's all over the news every single day.
No, it's not. No one's reporting on $20 trillion. No,
Yeah.
that's not even a real thing. What do you mean he
Yeah,
brought
it's
in
definitely
20
a real
trillion? What are you talking about? 20 trillion. What's your source? Alex Jones, InfoWars?
All the people agreeing to invest in America to avoid tariffs.
Oh, his source is
That's
Joe. By the way, his source is
$20
Joe Blow. Chat. His source is Joe Blow. That's his
No,
source.
my source is the Evening News.
Okay, so what evening news said that we're bringing $20 trillion into this country through Donald Trump's policy?
All of them. Every news channel.
All of them?
you want.
All of them? No, there's not a single news source that reported on that. You won't even get Fox News to say that.
You must not watch Fox News.
Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, I don't. But I guarantee you won't even get Fox News to say 20 trillion. I mean, that's ridiculous. I'm serious. Even Fox wouldn't say such a crazy fucking thing. Like that's even a step of crazy above Fox News.
I think he thinks he's going to stay there right through the end of his life.
Fact check. Trump's 17 trillion investment figure is accurate.
Whoa!
Right there.
What's the title? What's the title?
Where are the people standing at the gate defending?
That was the title.
Oh, repeat it again.
Search it again. I'll search it again.
Okay.
Here's the good news. And there's always good news. You know, you're talking about hope, Chairman. Hope, I tell you.
Well,
By the way, is it 17 or is it 20 trillion?
How about this is Trump's investment in the U.S. in 2025.
And do something about that, to understand that, and to try to live that with them. Now, we're lucky that we had a...
So here's a title from AP News. Here's it. By the way, not even Trump claimed 20 trillion. By the way, not even Trump claimed 20 trillion.
Yeah, he said 17.
AP News. Yeah, AP News reported on this. They said Trump says the U.S. has secured 17 trillion in new investments. The real number is likely much less. Okay.
Likely much less. It ain't 1.7 that Biden did. And his whole.
What do you mean, Biden? Wait, Biden. What did you get? 1.7 trillion
Harris,
for Biden.
So you're for Camellia Harris paying
Kamala
for paying for transvestites to have sexual
trans people don't say that. Trans people, right? And no, there's no specific policy that Kamala Harris supported that was giving like sex change surgeries to anyone. There's no policy.
She had interviews where she said she was all for it.
No, she didn't. She did not specifically say that she was supporting federal funds used to specifically provide people, right, like gender reassignment surgery.
I seen it on the news the whole time she was running for president.
There's no policy that she specifically did for gender reassignment surgery. Yeah, this was an ad. You watched the election ads that Trump put out and you believed them.
They were her interviews. They weren't AI. They were her real
interview. I'll tell you what. The interview was specifically about the fact that she would provide, by the way, she would provide HRT in prison to people who needed it in prison, like any other drug that you would need in prison. That's just following what the current law is and providing necessary medication to people who need it. That's medication. That's not surgery. Those are radically different perspectives. And by the way, that's again not even.
I see the say surgery.
That's just wrong. There's nothing.
Here's another one. That's men and women's sports. Men and women's sports.
So you must have an issue with men and women's spaces. Wait, you have an issue with men and women's spaces, right?
Yeah, I got a problem with a 30-year-old guy.
Would you ever vote? Wait, hold on. Would you ever listen? Would you ever vote for a man that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing? While they're naked. Would you ever vote for a man like that?
Like, I guess so. Like, I don't know.
You would? You would? I thought you wanted to protect women.
I thought you didn't want policy. I'm talking policy.
I thought you didn't want men in women's spaces, but you just said that you would vote for. You just said that you would vote for a guy that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. Where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms.
I'm talking about it being legal policy for a guy to be able to undress in a women's locker room. That's what I'm talking about.
That's not a thing.
You're talking about something else.
That's not a thing. By the way, you're saying specifically like cis men will go in there and they'll do this. That's just obviously not true, right? People are significantly safer, specifically in the conditions in which trans people are allowed to go into the bathroom, specifically that are associated with their gender identity. Trans people are not a threat to anyone, right? You know who's a threat?
Yeah.
People like Donald Trump. That's who's a threat. This idea that you're trying to manufacture that trans people and immigrants are this threat of committing violence against you when you voted for a violent sexual offender is crazy.
I have a fence around my yard and I lock my door at night. That's common sense.
Okay.
How many immigrants you got living with you?
Wait, I'm sorry.
How many immigrants you opened your door to?
So this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen, and I'll explain to you why that's stupid.
Exactly.
Let me explain to you why this is stupid. Because we are going to view borders differently than we view personal like households. For example, you believe that there should be an open border between the state that borders yours and your state. Yet you don't believe people from that state should just be able to stay in your house, right? And you're not opening up your doors to have people. Listen. You're not opening up your doors to have people from other states specifically living in your house. You realize how ridiculous that is for you to say something like that? And that was a complete.
It's not at all. Our country ain't nothing but all our yards put together. Where you think they're staying?
Wait, you're not listening.
You got community lots with community houses on them.
Okay, wait. So why are you applying this standard to me but not yourself?
I'm all for closed borders. I'm not the one sitting up here saying, yeah, let them all
So you
in.
think that? Okay, wait. What state do you live in?
Michigan.
Okay, so do you think that there should be a state? What's it called? A closed border between Michigan and Wisconsin, for example.
I think there should be a closed border between any Republican and Democrat state. You guys can have your sanctuary cities. Let them live with you. You can have all the transvestites, all the immigrants.
I already told you. Get off
immigrants.
my stream, dude. I already fucking told you not to say that. Get off my stream. Fucking weirdo. I'm done. I can't engage in a conversation with him. He literally was not trying to engage at all. Anna, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Anita, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the hand art. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people, everyone. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's get on the next person here real quick. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. And W's in the chat for the fucking 400K on YouTube. That's fucking nuts. We're on the route to 500K right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2005. I was born November 21st.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
I'm sorry. Yeah, they sound like a fetus. Democracy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? How old? 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
July 8th.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Trump.
Dude, I'm just getting weird vibes. Chat. Is that just me? I'm just like, I'm so scared of the 19-year-olds right now because I've had so many just trolling. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
58.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Why do you support Trump?
Because he's hastening the decline of democracy as we know it.
You want to destroy democracy?
I want to destroy the brand of democracy that the United States practices.
And what do you want to replace it?
I think anarchy would be better.
Anarchy. Okay. Are you left wing or right wing?
I'm not. That's part of the problem is that people in this country see it as a left wing or a right wing issue. The world has more than two groups of people.
Okay, I was just asking, like, are you coming from like a socialist perspective, like anarcho-socialist perspective?
Nope.
Okay.
Straight anarchistic perspective.
What particular economic perspective do you believe in?
I'm an anti-capitalist, if that helps.
Okay, so you're probably a socialist, an socialist. Okay. So this is his view of the system, is that we just need to destroy the system we have, and then maybe an anarchist system will lead to a socialist method of production. Like, but it creates a vacuum of power and allows for like fascists to take over. I think that's also like an important thing to think about, or like heavily authoritarian individuals. Yo, what's up, how old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next individual. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, but before we continue, right?
What's your birth year?
You should debate this one person named David, and he was waiting for you for like a long time. I've already debated you before, but this guy's also a MAGA.
You've already debated me? Nice. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How you doing, brother? I'm 29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
You seem old enough. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, look, everything has been going well. He's getting all the undocumented. He's getting some of the undocumented illegals off of the street. The economic gas prices have been going down. A lot of economic things have been going up. It's all what I voted for. He's making this country great. And you see, with all his meetings around the world, we're getting trade deals done. He's respected. He's respected all across the world. This is what I love to see. This is what I vote for. And if all this continues, I will be voting for J.D. Vance, 2028.
Okay. So why do you want undocumented immigrants out of the country, say if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime?
Well, that's the thing, but a lot of them have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, and they committed all of them. Well, technically, all of them have committed a crime because they're here undocumentedly. So if you committed a crime, see, you know what's going to happen to me and you, buddy, if we commit crimes? We going to jail, right?
Well, apparently not if we're Donald Trump. If we're Donald Trump, we'll get elected into the position of presidency, even if we commit 34 felonies.
Well, we are not a great man like Donald Trump, so, I mean, I can understand.
You think Donald Trump is a great man?
In some aspects. I mean, I feel like he can do better in some aspects. Also,
what about Donald Trump is great? Or indicative of a
that
great
makes me
man?
look, he embodies actually a man in this country. He embodies a great man in this country by his stature and well, if we look at Trump, he just does.
He just does? What about him?
Yeah. About why he embodies a man in this country?
Yeah. Like, how does he embody being a man?
Well, look, NBC, like,
Push the galaxy.
yeah, I can't even troll. Fuck you got me. If fuck you got me, I can't.
I was about to say, I was like, he embodies a man? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Melissa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. From Joe Blow, thank you. Anna, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Anita, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Carolyn, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Commit some W's for Carolyn in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Carolyn. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Carolyn. Happy birthday. I hope you've had a fantastic day so far. Alrighty, everybody, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, so you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Marku, thank you so much for the $11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Could some W's for them in the comment section as well. Let's go on to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Sort of.
Like I would say yes, definitely over Democratic opposition, but I'm not the most ardent supporter.
Like if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump, I think.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I think it's a few things. I do recognize a lot of what he does has been disappointing in the fact that it's more pageantry and, like fake pandering to his masses as opposed to real action. But I guess we could start with like immigration. I do think it's a big threat facing the country.
Okay. How so?
Lowers labor cost. And I think that's really disadvantaged a lot of Americans, especially blue collar, not the elites who are really insulated. Although they're facing a different side of the problem because they're competing against all the H-1Bs. But I do think we need to put America first in supplying quality jobs and competitive wages for our citizens, and both intelligent and lower skilled labor immigration conflicts with that.
Yeah, so I can send you a study right now from the National Bureau of Economic Research that indicates that the increase in the level of immigration has actually led to an increase in employment percentage for people who are already in the country, along with an increase in wages. And then it also increases GDP as well. So I don't really see with the point you're making that it leads to like worse off labor conditions for working class Americans. If anything, it leads to a larger economy and better growth that leads to higher wages on average.
How familiar are you with the study? I mean, I haven't heard of it. I'm curious. Just because the conclusions there don't sound like they check out.
What about it doesn't sound like it checks out?
Like how would an oversupply of labor lead to higher wages?
There's an increase in the level of demand as well. So it's really about like whether or not it's proportionate. So I can tell you the title of it. It's Immigration's Effect on U.S. Wages and Employment Redux.
So, again, I don't know the study, but the argument is basically that the GDP boost resulting from the supply.
Yeah, resulting from the supply and demand leads to a larger size in terms of the economy, insofar as that it produces a higher level of wages and employment.
So actually, that makes sense. But what I'd say to that is GDP is such a bad metric to measure the.
Oh, that's why we didn't just look at GDP. We looked at wages. It also increases GDP, and also increases employment percentage.
Look, I think the cheap labor is ultimately in the best interest of the wealthy, capital-owning managerial class, because that's going to lead to higher profits for corporations ultimately, or even local businesses if they can pay as little for.
It's not just considered cheap labor, because immigrants that are coming to the country, they will take market rate because they can, right? Like they're not going to really affect the change in the market rate as much as what people think, because they can get that themselves once they have legal status. For people who are in the country undocumented, and we're transitioning them from being undocumented to being documented, well, now they can demand higher wages than what they were prior. So if anything, that's putting upward pressure on wages, right? Because they're not allowed to pay lower than minimum wage anymore, or lower than the market rate, because the only reason they were able to get away with that is because the undocumented immigrant was forced into those circumstances because they couldn't tell authorities. Now that they can tell authorities because they're documented, well, then that would put upward pressure on wages.
So, okay, that may alleviate some of the negative pressures of illegal immigration, but to clarify, I think a lot of Trump's base is actually pro-immigration. It's the illegal, like, if we're one of the greatest countries on earth, why should we not control who has access to the country? Why should we not create some filtering process to let in the best minds, the most, culturally assimilable people, the most
what do you mean
pro-social?
Culturally assimilated people? Like, I'm confused what that means.
Well,
how do you identify that?
I think a willingness to embrace American values and culture. Like, go back half a century, right? So I'm Italian. While there are a lot of proud Italians in the U.S. still today, the culture of like the Ellis Island era
I would
was
say
that families would come
Italian
home.
culture is in a lot of aspects of American culture. Would you agree?
In what, in terms of values?
Yeah.
Or you're saying the Italian culture persists even
Italian
today?
culture
As in-
persists today, even within America. It's an aspect of American culture. American Italian culture.
Yes, but there was also a huge a huge effort on behalf of those immigrants to assimilate and Americanize to an extent and adopt American values by
I don't even know what that means. Now we can talk about that in a second. But the point that I'm making is that the culture is, immigration's a part of the culture, right? So when people come to our country, they bring their culture, and then they also adopt things that exist in the culture already today. That's what happens when people immigrate to places or people go to places. They bring stuff from specifically where they came from, and they engage with the stuff of the area. That's what happens when people engage in immigration.
And so in that lens, there could be a lot of net benefit to like the melting pot theory. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge that part of what makes America great is the values that it was built upon. And if people aren't properly bought into our political system when they come here, then over time that those values are going to decay. And I think, I don't understand. American republicanism, democracy.
Okay, so if you don't want to have a threat to our democracy, then why do you support a candidate that incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots, and he also sent false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to overturn the election results? I mean, like, this guy still denies the 2020 election to this day with absolutely no evidence. If you cared about our democracy, you wouldn't support a guy like that who also called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. I feel like that's the values that are actively being decayed by people like Donald Trump and not by immigrants.
So I see Trump as a reactionary. He's not a tyrant and he's not killing democracy. He's certainly being painted that way by the left. That's not to justify what he's done.
Did you hear anything I just said? I'm sorry. That was actively him undermining our democracy.
Okay, so to go point by point. Like, he didn't incite an insurrection.
Yes, he did.
He made some comments. Obviously, it's a subjective definition of whatever you deem to be inciting an insurrection. But there were also so many curiosities about that day, like the number of FBI agents in the crowd. There's been a lot of evidence to suggest that this was known about and potentially prompted by the government to potentially frame him. Like, there has been an objective witch hunt against him.
Okay, the FBI agents under his administration, he was president. Under his administration. Not only FBI agents under his administration, but he told people to fight like hell.
Under Comey.
What?
Under Comey, Comey certainly wasn't a loyalist. So why if the FBI agents were under his presidency, what would that have to do with anything? These are entrenched.
So you're saying, again, an FBI under the fact that he was controlling, which this was like the second person he put at the head of the FBI. Right, so he already fired the first person he put there. Comey was an FBI director then. And in terms of inciting the insurrection, he said fight like hell and to take back the country from those that stole it from them. But
hasn't Obama and Kamala also...
And then listen, this is an important part. And then he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. Him pardoning them tells us that he condoned the violence on that day. If he did not condone the violence, then he would not have done so. He would not have pardoned them.
Look, I think, as with all things, the truth lies somewhere in the middle. Certainly some of his actions are condemnable. And I started this conversation by saying I'm not even the biggest supporter. But there has been this severe us versus them mentality perpetrated by both sides. Trump's supporters see him as unfairly targeted. Like I said, he's a reactionary. And a lot of what he said is subjective. It's not blatant insurrection. But like, you could agree that Obama and Kamala and a lot of Democrats have used similar rhetoric in, actively resisting Republican.
Nope. Nope. And also, this isn't subjective, and this is not unfair targeting for me to say that Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots, which means he condoned the violence on that day. That's an obvious and objective.
Democrats condone violence. Democrats condone violence of the ICE protests at the BLM. Like it's similar stuff. It's both sides pointing fingers.
When name one person in political office that condoned political violence on behalf of the Democrats.
Haven't recently. I apologize. I don't have like all my facts up to date, but recently, like mayors of Democratic cities have been supportive of resisting federal deployment of ICE troops.
So the resisting of ICE troops is not supporting political violence. I'm confused. You have to give me a specific point of supporting political violence. Name one Democrat that supported political violence.
I don't have that for you.
So there's an you can point to. When I can point to your
well,
president.
I don't know it, and it could be subjective. Sorry?
I can point to your president, though.
He has a big mouth. Yeah, I don't think anyone will deny that.
So then why can't you acknowledge that Donald Trump specifically is, like, condoning political violence here?
Sure, I can. But I don't think he's the threat to democracy that he's painted out to be. I think he's a reactionary plant, and
he is. I literally gave you the explicit circumstances of how. Like genuinely, how do you dispute that?
Yeah, I don't know if I have enough to continue this conversation in a productive way. So if you want to pivot or do something else.
I just think this is an obvious point for you to be like, yeah, I don't support this guy. Like, this is obviously like him trying to undermine our democracy. You brought up caring about democracy, that our values are decaying in terms of democracy. Who's decaying those values? It's not undocumented immigrants. It's not documented immigrants. It's not trans people. It's not Democrats. It's Donald Trump. Right? Like, all of these claims about it's everyone else, scapegoat to everyone else but Donald Trump, when he literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, undermined the 2020 election results, still to this day. And he called the people patriots who assaulted police officers on January 6th after pardoning them. Seriously, you cannot look past this. This is something that you have to draw the line with.
Right. I can see that. I think how Trump supporters view him, they basically see like the entrenched elite in this country. Democrats are sided with them. I'm talking about technocrats, the managerial.
Be specific with who you're referencing.
Like billionaires are mostly Democrat, right? Because I think democratic policies more favorably support large.
Is the craziest take ever. The craziest take ever. You know that Donald Trump's policies are literally to take money from the poor and give to the rich. Like, that's literally what his policies do.
Was I wrong? Was I wrong though? Or like Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, all of them are typically Democrat. Billionaires overwhelmingly fall in line with Democratic voting.
They're literally all in the room with Donald Trump. When you say that,
obviously they are.
Their policies not only are specifically targeted towards helping rich and wealthy Americans, but can you even name a single policy that Donald Trump advocated for that helps the working class more than it helps rich people?
I actually think Trump is like a false prophet in that sense. He ran on this populist platform to help the middle class, and I really don't think he's been doing that. So I'm not going to defend him there. I think his big beautiful bill, from what I do know about it, didn't do much for ordinary Americans, and included corporate tax cuts again. So yeah, I'm not defending him in terms of his support of the rich. He is one of those billionaire elite, but he represents, or he at least ran on representing, a different vision, a populist vision, a middle class.
Like, what specifically about that is beneficial to working class Americans more than it's beneficial to rich people?
About what?
What specifically about his policies benefit working class Americans more than it benefits rich people? Because everything I pointed you to benefits the rich at the expense of the working class. Like, for example, tariffs.
So tariffs. I think that manufacturing is very important to have in this country. We've seen our economy suffer in the wake of exporting all of our manufacturing. Yes, we do have a great services economy for like the college educated, fairly affluent in this country. But for everyone below the top 20%, I think the exporting of all our manufacturing has been a huge problem. Look at like the Rust Belt, look at Pennsylvania. So I think Trump's tariffs can serve as a way to make American production competitive again from a price point, and that'll ultimately help a lot of middle class Americans. It is short term pain.
Yeah. Would you like to take a look at this graph here real quick? So this graph right here is real private fixed investment, which is just manufacturing investment, right? Do you see this? So
Yeah.
this is specifically by year. So this is when Trump originally here. Actually, I need to fix it so that you can see it a little bit better. Make it a little bit smaller. Right there. Boom. Okay, so this is when Trump originally got in office here in 2017. This is when he left. It went down. Okay.
Wait, sorry. What am I? This is manufacturing. What?
This is real private fixed manufacturing investment. So this is essentially how you look at manufacturing investment in the country. So year's 2017, quarter one, when he first got in office. When he leaves office, what is it at? It's at lower than what it was originally. Biden gets in office. You see this massive increase? That's all Biden. Now you see, here's when Biden leaves. And then Trump gets in office, and look at that. Decline, decline. So it's declined since Trump's got in office.
There could be other ways to explain that. What's your take on that?
My take on this is specifically that the tariffs have increased the cost of production for manufacturing within the United States because they've caused the manufacturing process to become more expensive due to the fact that aspects of the manufacturing process come from countries around the world, and since they're being tariffed and we can't outsource that to places within the United States, then it's going to lead to the price being added to the product because it's a necessary aspect of that production process.
Right, and I don't think anyone is denying that tariffs will lead to higher prices for products. You're right in saying it is a tax on Americans because they're the consumers of these products. But what does the investment show? Like maybe it shows a lack of confidence in long-term adherence to that policy, because if we were to stick to a tariff schedule over the medium to long term, then wouldn't that definitively increase investment in American manufacturing? I don't know. Like I don't know how to.
At some point, there might be an increase in domestic manufacturing. We actually don't quite know. At some point, there might be, but that actually doesn't account for the fact that we're going to lose overall GDP because now we're going to be exporting less to countries around the world. But yeah, actually, we don't even know if domestic manufacturing will increase, right? Given the implementation of this, because of the fact that one, it's not certain in the long run in terms of bringing back that manufacturing to the country, and two, it is the case that the manufacturing process has become more expensive in the country, therefore disincentivizing production within the United States.
Right, but you just said we don't know, and are you taking that as a reason to not do it? Because I look at the current trajectory,
I'm taking
we have
that as a reason
really
to
bad
indicate that there's definitely not an overall benefit from tariffs. Not only do you not really get much of an increase in domestic manufacturing, but GDP declines, and you harm so many other industries, and then you reduce innovation and competition.
Yes, those are all true, but going back to GDP, it's a measure of the total production in an economy that's not equally distributed, because we have really bad wealth inequality. It's only getting worse. We're killing our middle classes.
Tariffs are helping with wealth inequality? Tariffs are a regressive tax system. So if tariffs are regressive, meaning that they're going to disproportionately tax low and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods, then how the hell could you frame this as it's going to be better for the working class?
You're definitely right in the short term, but nobody's denying that. This is a long-term play. Well, in the long run,
it's a tax on the working and lower class in the long run.
So we could break it down, the pros and cons. So the onset of the tax, the regressive tax, if you will, that's immediate, right? So in the short term, it's going to be bad. But then over the long run, you have an increasing value of the quality and the pay of these middle class manufacturing jobs. They're slowly brought back into the country. That over time will overtake the flat but instant addition of that tax.
Wait, repeat that. I'm confused.
The regressive tax you mentioned, that's going to onset immediately, but it's never going to increase, right? It's going to stay flat. Over the long run, the earning potential for all of those new jobs for middle-class Americans and manufacturing jobs, that will eventually at some point overtake the flat regressive tax that tariffs impose on all American consumers.
No. There's no good evidence that the earnings will lead to a greater increase comparative to the price increase, right? Because it is the case that it's getting most of the money from the consuming products, okay? If it's getting most of the money from the consuming products, mostly impacting low and middle income individuals, right? Just because it is the case that there's going to be an impact in terms of that does not mean that there's going to be more jobs that then pass down that money to working and lower income individuals. This is relying on the idea that like businesses are just going to decide to give the money to their employees because they feel like it, which again, if there's no profit incentive, there's no reason why they would do that. If they don't make money from doing it, they're not going to do it. They're going to do the profit maximizing condition. Hell, they have a fiduciary responsibility to do so. They're not going to give the money to their employees unless it makes them the most amount of money possible. So this is a ridiculous standpoint to say that like giving extra money to businesses and giving less money to working class people is somehow going to lead to more jobs in the economy and higher increases to wages. And if you cared about wages increasing, based upon the study that I provided you earlier, you should want more immigration.
So yes, of course, businesses are always going to be profit maximizing, but the whole point of putting them back on shore is that now they have to compete in an American labor market where they have to pay the American worker more than they would pay overseas. So if anything, it's a cost on the businesses, but it's a cost that they're forced to pay to their own employees, which are Americans.
Again, you're saying that they're forced to pay employees in order to be able to like manufacture here within the United States. One, that doesn't mean that they're going to be better jobs than what currently exists in the context of the market. And two, it doesn't actually incentivize the conditions to exist in terms of manufacturing. If it is the case that it would cost too much to produce, even given the fact that the manufacturing process is in the United States. If it costs too much to produce and it becomes too expensive for consumers to buy it in the first place, it's still not going to be produced then. So there are so many negative impacts in terms of the economy that you're not taking into account. It's actively destroying the economy. It's destroying the innovation sector of our economy. It's destroying the competitive sector of our economy that specifically competes with the global stage. And if you're not trying to compete with the global stage, it's going to set this country back in terms of being able to. You have to build us up to be able to compete with the rest of the world. You can't just artificially put us into a place and expect us to like work in the long run to the same degree. It's gonna make it worse off in terms of being able to prop up ourselves in the long run.
I mean, I agree, but if we maintain the highly competitive path, that's going to lead to worse wealth inequality.
So you think it's going to lead to worse wealth inequality? You think that implementing tariffs as a replace to income tax is going to better income inequality? You think a Trump administration will lead to less income inequality? I'm sorry to be so blunt, but that's fucking delusional. That's absolutely fucking delusional to believe that Donald Trump is going to lead to less income inequality. Unbelievable. And I can keep going on the policies if you want me to specifically mention why. That is an unbelievable take. No one defends this position.
I think a lot of people believe that, and a lot of educated academics will agree with me. I'm just curious.
Educated
what are your thoughts?
Academics will think that Donald Trump will lead to less income inequality. Name one.
Well, I mean, any like right-wing economists will believe me.
No,
So
a lot of right-wing economists disagree with Donald Trump.
What do you think of the H-1Bs?
H-1B visas are good
because they allow us to be competitive in the educated job space, right?
Yeah, I think H-1B visas should be extended.
Okay.
What about that's a pivot though, by the way.
Well, I just thought you were saying a lot of stuff and I couldn't, like what you're telling me, I guess what we're telling each other to some extent is based on assumptions that we don't necessarily have the time to break down completely. But I just don't agree with you and I don't really know where to go from there.
What do you not agree on? Be specific.
Well, I think I just outlined how tariffs could lead, there's a strong case to be made that bringing manufacturing back on shore imposes a cost on Americans and also on businesses, but ultimately leads to greater income for middle-class Americans in a way that would bolster the middle class. I think I made that case.
Wait, which policy? Which policy, sorry?
We're talking about tariffs, right?
You said tariffs are going to bolster income for the working class. There's no evidence you have of that. There's no economist that says that. There's no basis and reason for that.
Is that not like the main? That's not the that's the main assumption of the Besson economic plan.
Of the what?
The Besson economic plan.
The Besson economic plan? I'm sorry, I don't think we're going to get it specifically from Besson. Like seriously, like what? That's not like a solid economic plan.
I mean, you can disagree with it, but that's literally like what it is.
I'm pointing to like economists, right, in terms of what they indicate is going to be beneficial to the labor market and to like the GDP in general. And people like Jerome Powell do not say that, who are actually economists, do not say that that's going to be beneficial towards the labor market, right? They would say that it would be preferable to not have these put in place so that they could have a decrease in the interest rates to a greater extent, right? And that would lead to more growth in the economy.
I agree with you. We've been over this point like 3 times, but it's the economy in GDP terms. It's not the economy in terms of the average living conditions for normal, citizen Americans.
Yeah, but if a GDP is higher, you can reallocate GDP to be able to deal with any sort of problem that you're referencing.
Sorry, you cut out. What was that?
If there's a higher GDP, you can actually deal with any circumstance you're referencing to a greater extent because you can reallocate and redistribute things within the economy. And also, it's not just GDP that's being looked at in that connotation. I don't.
With a higher GDP,
like it's not just GDP. Prices increase as well. That's also something relevant to look at. The jobs report has become significantly worse. Unemployment's become higher.
I think this is a long conversation. Then, like you're just kind of like operating on a different set of assumptions on that.
What assumptions am I operating on that you don't agree with?
GDP increasing allows us to reallocate resources, sure, on a very superficial level, but everybody with a brain would know that a rise in GDP means nothing for average living conditions.
That's ridiculous to say.
Well, sure, there's a correlation, but
what does GDP mean?
GDP is the sum of all the economic output of a country, but that could be very unequally distributed. And corporations are greedy. We agree on that.
Yeah, and
politicians.
You think that a guy advocating for tax cuts for the rich and increasing taxes on working class Americans and poor Americans will lead to better tax policy for working class Americans than the person that was advocating for lower taxes on working class Americans and working families while increasing taxes on the rich and wealthy? Like genuinely, what is that thought process?
Because ultimately, it's the jobs that matter.
Again, you have no evidence that the jobs overall will increase, because we also lose jobs within plenty of other industries.
Like what? What do you mean?
Yeah, like for example, farmers that are specifically selling their products to countries around the world, like they rely on the demand from China, right? So if it is the case that China is buying significantly less of our products, it is the case that there's going to be less jobs relating to that particular type of business and industry. Plenty of the jobs that we rely on, exporting products to countries around the world because they place retaliatory tariffs on us, have led to worse off such a set of circumstances.
I mean, tariffs can definitely be like a tit for tat game that ultimately leads to a worse outcome. I mean, there's definitely a risk to be played there, but I think the bargain that the Trump administration is willing to take is that we hold enough power, mainly in the sheer size of our consumptive economy. We hold enough power globally to make that demand and not have it escalate into a losing situation for us.
Which has not been true
so far, but everyone knew this was a medium to long-term play.
Okay, but there's nothing that indicates in the medium or long term that's going to be positive or beneficial. In order for it to be beneficial in the long term under your perspective, you have to keep it in effect, which is going to keep causing these negative impacts.
Well, I mean, like I said, short-term negative, but over the long term, if it were adhered to, it would ultimately pay off. But I think the greater issue there is that there may not be enough political will to extend the timeline out long enough for it to actually do something. And that's definitely true. But Hopefully we have a Republican in the next term, and then we can start to see whether these policies are working or not.
Okay, so you're really the only position that you're able to hold is maybe we'll see if this works. There's no evidence, there's no economists, there's no science to it, there's nothing, absolutely nothing. It's maybe we'll see if it works. What? I think we need a little bit more than that to apply it on this scale, right?
Look,
we need a little bit more than that.
You're hosting the show. I'm just I'm a rando, right? I didn't come prepared for this. I could maybe bring my own studies. We'll see what's out there. But I think what I'm saying is based in like a logic chain that checks out. And you're kind of like glazing over a lot of this stuff, or like maybe operating on a different set of assumptions. But
what am I glazing over that would be relevant to address?
We've been over that. Is there anything else you want to discuss potentially, or I don't want to hog your thing?
No, I'm good.
All right. As a final note, do you want American unity though? Like we can agree to disagree, or we can like be amicable as political disagreeers, right?
In order for us to unify as a country, we have to set away people like Donald Trump, who specifically continue to try to divide our country, specifically by not believing in facts and evidence, by not specifically upholding love and acceptance within our context of our country. Donald Trump spreads hate. Donald Trump literally denies facts and reality, which causes greater levels of division.
Okay. Yeah,
we have to set away people like Donald Trump in order to be able to come together as a country.
Yeah, and I think he can be pretty despicable character-wise. It's the right has rallied to him because he's been unafraid to do what a lot of them wanted. But at the end of the day, what I ultimately care about and what I'd hope most people care about most is truth and efficacy. So if we go down different roads in our pursuit of truth and efficacy, so be it. But that's what you ultimately want too as well, right?
What we're not understanding though is that like you cannot reach that without or while utilizing things like hate, bigotry, right, and the types of mechanisms that Donald Trump utilizes. We will not. Yeah, I just think it's that stage. That's kind of like the point we're making.
I think it's you're taking a very hard stance on this, and that while I understand where it's coming from, it's also a dangerous road because I think in having such blinders on, you may create an echo chamber where truth can't be freely discussed, and then people who are deemed dissenters are just, they're just put down and not given a voice. Are you like testing me, or are you just?
No. I'm asking you like what your understanding of an echo chamber is.
An echo chamber is a space where people they're hearing their own thoughts repeated back to them, and there's no real dissent to lead to critical discussion.
Okay. What is my space? We're debating, right? There's critical discussion the entire time I'm on my stream, right? This is the complete opposite of an echo chamber.
No, yeah, and that's why I think this is a good thing. But I'm saying you in calling out Trump so harshly and saying that people like him or people who support him basically should not be entertained at all because what they represent is terrible. I would say, okay, I get what you're saying, but be careful in muting out all the voices you disagree with, because that could lead to a chamber where we eventually lose the plot.
You want to mute out people who advocate for genocide, and you want to mute out people who specifically advocate for horrible and atrocious things, right? You don't specifically want to uphold people who do that, right? You want to limit hate. You want to promote acceptance.
It's very easy to demonize the other side. I don't know what genocide you're referring to or whatever, but like people on both sides of the political aisle are really just people, and they're not like evil. You're not virtuous. It's gray. So like you're using the inflammatory language here.
I'm using inflammatory. You mean I'm saying that people shouldn't hold hateful opinions and that we can't accept hateful opinions because it inevitably speaking isn't leading to acceptance, it's leading to hate?
No, I get that, but again, what you deem hateful is subjective. Like you just threw out genocide. I don't know what you're referring to, but I'm sure the second side or whatever.
I'm just demonstrating to you that there are particular bounds. Like for example, like with the Holocaust, like So there gets to be certain points where you can't, like, you wouldn't be friends with Nazis, right? You wouldn't build coalitions with Nazis. You don't think I should have to platform Nazis, right?
No, but I do think that the best way to kill Nazis, or like ideologically speaking, is to debate them and see how stupid their ideas are in the real world in an open form of public debate. Do you disagree?
I actually do, because I think that they don't have normalized positions. Right, I don't think it would be effective for me to engage in a debate with a Nazi because their position isn't normalized, and I think that it could normalize it to a greater extent. The reason why I engage with MAGA is because it's so normalized, and because I'm responding to the fact that it's normalized. If something like Nazism isn't normalized, it can create conditions in which it is more normalized than what it is right now. That's why I don't debate Nazis. Do I think they're radically wrong? Yes. Do I think you should debate them and platform them? No. Right, like specific people who believe that they're Nazis and things like that. And also, like, I think it's important to realize that there is a distinction between the people I'm engaging in with conversations and also literal Nazis. Right, there's a big distinction between people I'm engaging in conversations with and Nazis. Although I think MAGA is extraordinarily extreme, Nazis are on a radically different level. Right, the particular people that are okay with accepting those labels.
So. Sure. I mean, I definitely see where you could draw the line somewhere. But I think we both observed, especially recently, I've seen a lot of like this reemergence of like it being cool to be Nazi. You saw like the kid LARPing on Halloween and stuff like that. Like,
yeah,
you saw that video.
Disgusting. You see what I mean? Like that's their mechanism of trying to normalize it to a greater extent.
But I also think that part of the reason why this emergence is even happening is because people aren't given enough factual evidence to the contrary to disprove what they're emotionally drawn towards wanting to believe, right? Because a lot of political positions are really emotionally driven. And when you're not providing the space to logically deconstruct and invalidate these more parasitic ideologies, then you could actually create the monster you're seeking to avoid.
Under that perspective, you have to talk about everything in existence, which you can't possibly do, right? Because otherwise it's going to become massive and whatnot. How does it even get attention if it never becomes a thing on the internet? The reason why is because it's been able to become a thing on the internet, right? Which, actually, genuinely speaking, suppressing it from these social media platforms has actually done a really good job at limiting it. Because, again, these different types of conspiracy theories, based upon these different types of, these platforms and whatnot, they pervade very, very strongly. Right, because people don't do research and don't look into it. So really the process is to get people, when typically looking at beliefs, to critically think. It's not that they have to engage with this specific topic to build up that critical thinking. It's that, like, say, engaging in platforms like this, where it builds up our critical thinking, more people, when they engage in platforms like this, will naturally disagree with those certain types of ideological beliefs because they lead to conspiracy, they're not rooted in evidence, they don't require a rational thought process. Right?
Yeah.
So naturally people, when they engage in spaces such as this, will go away from that. So you can naturally get people to move away from things like that without engaging in debate with people who are specifically like that. Right? By having other sorts of community areas where you are engaging in critical analysis. That is still critical of that, given that it's prompted, but it doesn't center that in the conversation.
Like, sure, I guess.
Okay. All right.
I definitely see what you're saying, where there's like, if it's not getting attention, don't give it attention. But if it is something that needs to be addressed, then
if it's
better
something that is getting attention, then at a certain point you have to address it. Yeah.
Yeah. And the best way to do that is what you're describing, if I'm not wrong, is more of like a roundabout where you're not platforming the ardent supporter of the thing, but you're talking about it in like a pretty objective way. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying that there are ways you can specifically engage in a critical thought process that will naturally get people to dissipate those certain types of ideologies because they don't require that critical thought process that does not require engaging with those specific ideas. Does that make sense? Like, for example, I think that with people who engage in flat earth debunking videos and debates and stuff like that, I actually think that's really effective because it gets people to build up critical thinking processes that can be applied in other types of ideological belief systems. So when people specifically take that type of critical thought process and they apply it to a different scenario, they'll be less likely to adopt conspiracy given that they were shown a critical analysis process. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
They're around that. It's become normal for them to critically analyze their positions. So when you have people who are flat Earth debunkers, right? People watch that content. Critical thought analysis becomes more common and normal place, specifically within the context of their life and what they hear. So they're more likely to adopt that whenever they hear new different types of arguments.
Yeah, I think critical thinking is what schools should aim to teach, like as one of their, most core tenets. I think there's been a failing there.
All right. Well, is there anything else you'd like to say before I go on to the next person?
No, just remember we're all human. But I appreciate the debate.
For sure. All right. Appreciate you coming up. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Let me say thank you to a few people. And also, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It'll help get it out to more people. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Also, follow me if you haven't already. We just hit 400,000 on YouTube, which is actually fucking crazy. Daya, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you. Sophie with the $6. Thank you so much. Yes, I know. It's crazy. Thank you so much. Phil was diabolical. Heidi, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Heidi. I really appreciate it. And Celtic with the $50 on Cash App. Put some W's for Celtic and Heidi in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Seriously, that is so fucking kind of y'all. W's for them in the comment section right now. Let's go on the next person here real quick. And actually, Santana's joining us here for right now. What's up?
Hello.
What's up? How you doing?
Good. It seems like you finally started to catch some steam. Like, it was rough going at the start.
Yeah, that was a bit brutal. It was a bit brutal. Yeah, I feel like today it's gone by pretty quick. We're almost at 4 hours here pretty soon. It's gone by so quick.
Yeah.
They didn't join in. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Do give it a second for people to join up, everyone. And sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. We have 3,500 people. We should be able to get to 3,000, honestly.
Easy.
I think
congratulations on the 400,000.
I know, it's crazy. That's actually nuts. 400K is crazy on YouTube.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. It is a lot. Definitely got to celebrate that.
Absolutely.
500K is gonna be crazy though. That's really what I've been like. Whoa, that's kind of close. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Oh, okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, and as well as Santana's up on the stream. Make sure to support him. Let's go on to the next individual real quick, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Hey, do you support Trump?
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next individual. Alrighty, do give it a second for people to join up, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Correct.
What's your birth year?
1993.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Dean said he'd go live today, but he hasn't. I don't know. I think he said around 5 or something my time. But he actually has a horrible case of Parker time, so he's probably going to be late. He's on Parker time, so he probably won't be live for like an hour or two. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Just teacup. Sounds like you both have a case of the Santanas. I told people the other day that time is a social construct.
Oh, what's up? How old are you? Hey, that's the best response. You know, I think I said 12 to 1 today. I was going to hop on, and I hopped on at like 1:15 or something.
My mods have a running joke about how I'm always late.
Yeah, that's me. I'm always late. Yeah, 1:12. I started at 1:12 today. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. It has been a little bit harder to get debates. Like the past 2 days.
They've been like really weird lately.
Yeah, it has been a bit weird. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Like, there's just like an increase in the amount of trolls, and then also like I feel like people accidentally joining, like which is like unintentional, of course.
Yeah, that's been a lot.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Yeah, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
I'll just give you a quick rundown. In the late 90s, so I was 17 when 9/11 happened. I joined the military in 2003. So I was a part of the Iraq War. During the 90s, I was definitely a vibes guy, okay? I didn't understand politics. I liked Bill Clinton, liberalism. I definitely wanted Al Gore to win in 2000. Was upset when Bush won, used the Supreme Court, didn't like that. Joined the military, was all about the gung-ho-ness of 9/11. I voted for Bush in 2004, and then I was done with it when we were done with Iraq after like 18 months. Now, being a military guy, I'm definitely... Let's just solve the problem. I hate arguing, which is why I joined Get Over There. We got out of Iraq in 18 months. I voted for Obama in 2008 and 12 because I saw, you know what? Now that we're done in Iraq, let's get out of here. Let's come back. They were like, Obama was about pro-MJ use, like change, all this types of stuff. Where I got upset was watching the establishment just destroy this man. Now, I understood where we came from in the history of this country and the culture. So I'm like, okay, I see where we're at here. We're not there yet, but he's definitely the person that gets in the door and goes, bam, we got the first guy. Okay, so I thought that was going to work out. Once 2016 came around, this is where I got upset, really upset. Back in the 90s, when I saw Hillary Clinton stand by Bill Clinton when he was going through that whole Monica Lewinsky scandal, I said to myself, she's either going to leave him on principle, knowing that he's a complete dirtbag, and then walk away and end his political career, or she's going to stand by him and save the Clinton dynasty. That's what she did. So in my mind, the Clintons got their chance. You know, I didn't think Bush Jr. should have gotten a fucking presidency because his father ran. I was done with all that crap. In 2016, I watched who I wanted Bernie Sanders to be the delegate, to run for the Democratic campaign. I just watched the arm of the establishment just shut him down. I didn't like the dirty politics. Now, you might say he might not have had the votes. He wouldn't have won. Okay, that's why elections happen.
Can we have a conversation with why you like Trump? Like, is it like a
so essentially
say a fuck you to the Democrats? Is that your point?
Here it is.
Like he's saying the establishment is
it's anti-establishment. So here's where I'm at.
Trump is the establishment.
Trump is the establishment. Trump embodies everything that you dislike about the establishment.
All right, but hang on a second here. This is where I think the divide is between our military members, our veterans, and those that don't serve at all. Right? I watched this country go to send. Listen, if you've never seen an aircraft carrier before, if you've never seen bombers, if you've never seen when this country sends hundreds of thousands of men and women to your coastline, we are an unstoppable force. It is scary. So when I see what we can do in the Middle East in such a small time, and then I come back to this country that can't pass a CR, like we argue about the dumbest shit, right? And then we go and level Iraq in 18 months and literally just are over there hanging out. Right, but the point is this, is that when the veterans come back to this country, we have two choices. Either send me back overseas and give me something to do, because that's me being productive. That's me solving a bigger problem. I'm trying not to get emotion involved. But coming back to this country,
at this point, we're having a conversation about your personal story and not about why you support Donald Trump. Genuinely, I'm about to go on to the next person. You're wasting my time.
No, well, here's where it is. Donald Trump is kicking out everybody. You're so upset by what he does that's exactly what us veterans who saw war come back over here and see you not freaked out about it, right? Like, listen, the
Trump
veterans
is
got
causing
PTSD.
more war. Trump is
Okay, but
causing
hang
more
on.
war.
Hang on.
Also,
I want you to
the
imagine the
premise that you're
veterans that have
speaking for all
PTSD.
veterans is kind of wild, because that's not the position that most veterans that at least I engage with actually hold, especially the way that Donald Trump continues to actually violate the Constitution and the way that he has repeatedly harmed veterans. So
Living
that's
in New York
weird.
City, my local VA is the Bronx VA. So there's a VA on 23rd Street also. When you say that you talk to veterans every day, I talk to veterans every day when I go and eat lunch with them every day, because the Bronx VA is only about 2 miles from my apartment. So when you say you talk to veterans and I say I'm literally talking and eating with them every single day in the city, there's a big divide in which you think that veterans are not saying.
So, wait, one second. Parker, how often do you think on your live do you get to speak to a veteran?
I'd probably say at least 5 to 6 times a week, at least on the minimum.
Yeah. Same here. I not only get to speak to veterans quite often, but literally one of my best friend is actually active military. He's a lieutenant sergeant or whatever. Multiple friends of mine are currently enlisted in the Marines, in the Air Force, in the Army, all across the military. And we get a wider sample pool versus the veterans that you said that you're speaking with in your day-to-day exchange. So again, while you may hold that premise, the other veterans that we get to reach, I mean, like literally we talk to veterans all around the country on a daily basis. I think the sample size for us might be a little bit more indicative as far as the wider spreaded group versus the actual small group that you're dealing with on a day-to-day basis having lunch.
Now, I agree with you on that. Now, what I would separate that would be whether those that saw combat or not. It's different. Listen, in the military, we call the Air Force the chair force, okay? There's a reason why they're called that. So there are aspects of whether you're talking to Army, you're talking to forward deployed Army, you're talking to Marine Corps, you're talking to Navy, were you on the boat, were you on the ground?
My best friend has been deployed to Iraq multiple times, Afghanistan multiple times. He's been a drill sergeant. He's a lieutenant sergeant currently. He's been deployed all around the world. He's currently back in the U.S. getting ready to finish up and retire.
Does he want to retire? Does he want to go back? Do you know if he wants to go back overseas?
No, he doesn't.
Okay. Listen,
you know
there's
what
some
the interesting thing is,
some...
the divide comes when you start to talk to these veterans and you start to, when Donald Trump got reelected, I sat down and had a conversation with my best friend. I said, hey, what's the difference between being under Biden and being under Trump? And he told me the biggest difference is with being under Biden, they were in a constant state of like being assured. They knew if things were going to happen, they were prepared, they were ready. But ever since Trump has gotten back into office, there's constant random drills. They're unsure as far as what's going to happen from moment to moment. And it's a lot of insecurity, instability within our military. So again, like the premise that you're saying that people are cheering on Donald Trump, the actual armed forces, again, you may be speaking to a certain subgroup, but you're not speaking for all of our veterans, all of our active duty members. And again, when you talk about the harm that Donald Trump has literally slashed funding to the VA, and not only slashed funding to the VA, but has taken away the emergency crisis hotline, like literally harming veterans. That's not good.
Question: Do you know who the Minutemen are? Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
So for anyone that doesn't know, the Minutemen are the ones that push the keys on our arsenal in case we need to do it. There's a couple thousand of them. What they do every single day is they literally stay inside locked rooms and they receive commands on a keyboard, right? Like it comes in on these screens. Now, the way our deterrent works is they actually don't know whether this is an active command or it's a training command. All they know is it's an authenticated command. So every single day a Minuteman goes to work, they are always pushing keys and buttons that would launch said things to different cities if they were an authenticated command. They are always practicing launching. It's not necessarily a sense of we're doing these practice drills, we're training drills, we're always at war, we're not. It's that what we've realized in psychology is that if you learn CPR once, say like in 3rd grade, you don't retain that information forever. And then maybe when you're in 8th grade or 9th grade, you have to save somebody's life and you screw up the 30-15 count or the 32 count, and that person unalives. The reason why we do this is because we have a tendency, our attention spans, to forget very small, minute details. The Minutemen practice this stuff every single day. They don't know where it's going to be launched to. They don't know if it's an actual command, but literally they turn keys.
What does that have to do with?
I don't even know what we're talking about at this point, to be totally honest.
Because well, you were just saying that
I'm
under
trying to stick
Biden,
with you, but you're taking a
and
long
Trump.
time. You're taking a long time just to get to like wherever you're going. I mean, I respectfully, can we go from A to B? Because the premise beyond, it's not that I'm saying that there's not constant repetition and practice and things like that. Yes, there is. What I'm saying is there is a sense of insecurity, and not only a sense of instability when it comes to having to make sure that you're constantly ready, but they're constantly in the field. They're in the field more now because there's constant threats. But again, it would be nice if you like push this forward.
All right, so
kind of
let's try this then. I think I got a better idea. So when you were mentioning about your buddy that's a lieutenant, there's no lieutenant sergeant, maybe a lieutenant colonel if he's an officer.
Yeah,
but I'll use
I
that
might have messed up the title. He's a lieutenant
brother.
something.
All good. So here's how it works in the military, right? The colonel, the 06, he's in charge of either the base or like an 06 can be in charge of like say a boat.
God, I'm sorry.
The 06,
I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to hear this.
This is how it works with Trump.
I don't want to hear it. I honestly don't. I want to talk about why you support Donald Trump. I'm
Because
actually serious. I genuinely don't want to have this conversation. I'm done.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I support Trump, because he's not the one running the show, right? Hegseth is running it. Rubio's running it. The point of the presidency is to rubber stamp stuff.
What do you like that they've done?
And it's definitely not Hegseth.
Okay, but the point is this, is that the president makes sure everything is A-OK when the vice president signs off on it. The colonel, the 06, signs off on it when the lieutenant colonel signs off on it, okay? The point is, this is not a popularity country. And when we military veterans see our military being run properly, yes, Trump should be the final say on everything. But we want to hear from the defense secretary first. We want to hear...
What specifically do you like that they've done?
To be honest, right now with Venezuela, I like what they're doing in the southern hemisphere.
So you like that they're bombing boats of people off of Venezuela? Over 60 people have been murdered with no evidence that they've given to Congress at all, that they had drugs at all. And even if they did, that does not justify murdering them. Okay, so this is why once they get to U.S. waters. This is what bothers me about how our youth doesn't get involved with the military earlier. The technology that you and I have right now in our hands, these phones and everything, like an iPhone 16 has AR and everything, the military had 20 years ago. If you don't think that the military isn't using advanced surveillance, UV, Wi-Fi scanning to know where the drugs are, where all the people are, they are literally... What evidence do they give to Congress? Then they would give that evidence to Congress.
And also the issue with all of that, the issue, yes, he hasn't reported to the Gang of 8 either. He hasn't.
Okay,
the problem is that Donald Trump is specifically not only has he not given any type of evidence for what he's done, he has been adamant about not giving evidence,
hang on a second.
Going through a declaration of war.
Okay.
Donald Trump specifically said that he will bring their bodies into Congress and just give it to it. Donald Trump said he's not going to tell Congress or not going to wait for a declaration of war. He's just going to bring bodies in. Like, that's sadistic.
Let me tell you how a skiff works. The Gang of 8 have access to anything that is skiffable at any time. So anything that the president is doing with the United States military, any of the Gang of 8 can enter a skiff and see that information. So for you to say that the Gang of 8 doesn't know, bullshit. They're lying to you then. They definitely know what the military's doing, and they definitely have eyes on it. Whether they're telling you, oh, this is what we're doing or why we're not, bullshit. Okay. You there was no evidence given to Congress. There needs to be evidence given to Congress. If they don't because just because you're in Congress doesn't mean you get sensitive, compartmentalized information.
There's detailed
unique group of people.
Yeah, and there's detailed information as far as when Donald Trump struck Iran, and also the latest strikes that he completed in Venezuela. That he did not provide. That he did not provide the information to the Gang of 8. Specifically, I don't even know if he ever provided the information with Iran, but he provided it afterwards to about Venezuela. So
So the rules are for classifications is they have like, I believe it's 60 days to notify Congress of anything involving like military level strikes, but that information is readily available. So to say that the Gang of Eight is not on board, you're being lied to. Whoever's telling you that is lying to you. The Gang of Eight.
Donald Trump literally said that. He said that.
But hang on. The Gang of Eight is for Democrats and for Republicans.
Yes, we know who the Gang
it's
of
the
Eight
leaders
is,
of
but
the
Donald Trump
House.
is the one
So
that
you
said
can't
that.
say that they don't know what's going on.
Donald Trump is literally the one that
Hakeem
said
Jeffries and Chuck Schumer definitely know what's going on.
Hey, can you engage with what I just said? Why would Donald Trump say that then?
Say what?
Donald Trump said that he did not notify the Gang of Eight.
Because he doesn't have to. So the information gets put into a centralized information bank that can be viewed in the SCIF. He doesn't have to tell them. Like, that's what you're misinterpreting with his phrasing. I didn't tell the Gang of Eight because they can go get it themselves. That's what you're not listening to. It's the Gang of Eight's responsibility to go look what the president's doing. If you are not smart enough to go look in the SCIF, then you shouldn't be on the Gang of Eight.
Can you tell me
He's not
anything that Donald
required
Trump is
to.
doing today that positively benefits veterans?
He's putting the military to use, to be honest.
Can you tell me
and living
anything
in the,
that Donald Trump is doing today that positively benefits veterans?
Listen, man, I'm alive. I have access to the VA.
Sure. Can you tell me anything that Donald Trump is doing today that positively benefits veterans?
Yeah, man, he's being the commander in chief. This country's running.
Can you
I
tell
think
me anything that he's doing that positively benefits veterans? The answer is no. Literally
okay,
no.
You're not understanding it from how I view me as a citizen and living in this country. As long as this country's running and the POTUS, the commander in chief, is running the wheels and I see our military's working and we're all alive, I'm happy. What you people argue about
W's in the
and
chat
can't
for
put two and
Ashley.
two
Ashley
together
sent a
for
$10
CR.
donation. Ashley just said, active duty 17 years here. Trump spit in the face of service members and veterans. This guy is nuts. Literally. Thank you, Ashley.
The one above all, genuinely, like,
yes.
I think that we have concerns that are legitimate outside of just everything, there's people aren't being murdered everywhere. Like, I think that's a bit ridiculous to say that we shouldn't have concerns outside of that connotation. You're saying like none of our concerns matter is ridiculous, right? We're talking about people's access to health insurance, people's access to food, talking about people's access to basic amenities. That's what we want to ensure in this country, and to write those off is just like.
Do you know how much?
Bro,
do you know how many people would be on
without you cutting me off? I'll let you yap for how long.
Go ahead, you're right.
Okay. So like genuinely, like the fact that you're going to write that off is just like that's something that we shouldn't even like care about, or that's something like ridiculous to care about or to bring up on the context of these lives is ridiculous. And also, if you want to talk about just caring about it from whether we're okay from a democracy standpoint or military standpoint, why do you support a guy that called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution? Doesn't that violate your oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States?
So without the rules, we're just animals, right? When I came back from Iraq,
animals anyway.
I saw, hang on. That's what differentiates us, right? But when I came back from Iraq, I saw a country that had no rule. You might think there's rule and law here. I don't. You and I.
Accelerationist?
I am an accelerationist, absolutely.
W's in the chat from Melissa. Melissa sent a $3 donation and says he believes in accelerationism and he's a narcissist. Are you a narcissist as well?
Well, narcissism would only be able to be classified by a therapist, right, long term. The way I look at narcissism is survival. Well, I look at it as survival. However you want to look at that, if you want to say that's narcissism, I definitely give a shit about myself enough to survive. And I see this as a survival tactic.
So you voted for Trump to destroy basically what's happening right now, destroy the construct of the United States government currently.
What do you hope comes out of the ashes?
Well, here's where I'm having some reconciliation problems. It's very difficult to float on a floating city with 5,000 people to the Mediterranean, drop all these metal things from the sky and start unaliving all over the place, and then come back over here and everything is, cotton candy,
How about this? Get the fuck off my live. I'm not wasting my time. This is such a waste of my time, dude. He doesn't answer questions directly. We're not even having a conversation with the guy. We're literally like having broad scale like dialogues about his fucking personal history and everything that he's gone through and talking about like, dude, genuinely, why are you talking to me about these things? I'm asking you some very specific questions about why you support a particular candidate, and we can't even stay on topic to engage with that at all. It's not even actually us having a conversation or a dialogue. It's literally just him being like, oh, we're going to have some, I don't even know what type of accelerationist you are. I asked you a very specific question and you can't answer. And we're going to have to go through a fucking 5-minute long yap in order to get the answer. Jesus Christ, stop wasting my time. I'm going to the next person. God damn, like seriously, like how much, I have a limited amount of patience.
Yeah.
I don't even think we talked about anything in specific, like legitimately, that entire dialogue. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sit down. I'm not ready yet.
Okay. I'm going to say thank you to a few people, and then we're going to go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Isabella, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Isabella. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I definitely heard about that. I don't know. I specifically in terms of everything, all we can do is bring attention to this, but we don't know specifically what the Supreme Court's going to say yet. So we should honestly kind of have to wait to see what they're going to say in terms of whether or not they're looking over it. Johnny, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $1. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would have I saw earlier. Melissa, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you. London, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. London, thank you. Thank you so much, London, as well as I have some people to thank on YouTube real quick. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Jason, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Fran with the $100. Can we get some W's for Fran in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much, Fran. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really, really, really appreciate it. DK, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Rab, thank you for the $10. Democracy Dies in Darkness, thank you for the 5. DK with the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jordan, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Jordan. I really appreciate it. DK with the $20. Thank you so much. DK with the $5 again. Thank you. Jordan, thank you with the $5. Feisty with the $5. Thank you. Grandma Diane, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Jay with the $5. Thank you so much. Wesley with the $2. Jewel with the $2. Marcia, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. DK with the $2. Neo with the $10. And Heather, thank you so much for the $5. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as well as if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone will help get it out to more people, and as long as Santana's on the stream, make sure to support him as well. Let's go on the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Donald Trump?
I wanted to ask if I didn't support Biden. So does that make me a Trump supporter?
No. Not just supporting Biden doesn't necessarily make you a Trump supporter. But I do appreciate you coming up. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, do give it a second for people to join up. Let's get the next individual up here. Hopefully we can actually get a debate. I feel like the entire time you've been up so far, we haven't had a legitimate debate yet.
It's been, philosophical bunch of trolls, and everyone's leaving as soon as they get in.
Yep, it's been a bit brutal.
Parker, do you get pegged by Dean?
How old are you?
Weirdos.
Do you get pegged by Dean?
Are you anything intellectual coming out of your brain?
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh? You're glad to be dumb? Like what? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
June.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I heard because you know the Democratic policy that you have to play with dildos?
Do you think that's funny?
No, I'm being dead ass.
I got a really... Why?
Sorry,
like,
I'm
I don't
just-
understand
I
why.
really
why
don't
they?
get it.
No, I don't understand why they use like homosexuality as like an insult. Like
Literally.
I don't understand these people. Like I
It's
don't
ridiculous.
get it. Like
it's actually like there's
speaks-
nothing better that they have to do right now.
No, and it speaks to their insecurities that they think like being gay is just such a own or such like a bad thing. It's
Okay,
so
let's roll.
weird.
Let's go.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
I support his policies, yes.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure, for sure. Kathy, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, as well as Rebecca. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Trump because his policies, I think, make sense for the majority of the country at this time. And I think they have, for quite some time, to be honest. I don't know if you want to get into some of the issues, but happy to debate instead of just, I appreciate the other guy's service, but it wasn't really a debate. So happy to debate you on some of these issues.
Yeah, so
Any issue that.
Yeah, like what policy do you like?
Gosh, I would say I'm a limited government guy. I'm a libertarian, so we can start there.
Okay, so like what limited government? How do you think that Donald Trump is going to limit the government to a greater extent?
Limit the government. Well, I think both parties, being a libertarian, are pro big government at this point, unfortunately, but I think the right is still the party of slightly less big government than the left. Not as limited government as I would like as a libertarian, but I think, when you have limited taxation, people have more individual liberty overall. I think both parties do attack individual liberty to a certain extent, but I feel that the left attacks liberty more than the right.
Okay, I have a few things to address here. So you said liberty, and then you also brought up that you think that the left is bigger in terms of its governmental influence. So there's a few things I would like to point to here. I think both sides are advocating for taxation. It's just where the taxation is placed. For people who are Democrats, they're advocating for taxes to be lower for individuals that have income under $400,000 a year. And they're advocating to raise taxes on income over $400,000 a year. For Trump, comparative to the Harris administration, he's advocating to decrease taxes on people's income over $400,000 a year. Whereas comparative to Harris, his tax policy would lead to higher taxes for income earners under $400,000 a year. So that's the point that really we're looking at there, is that there's a tax on both sides. It's just who's the tax placed upon. And if you want less people specifically to have the negative implementations of the taxes, well, then obviously you would want lesser taxes for a huge percentage of the population compared to just 1%.
Yeah, listen, I'm all about lower taxation. I think that even the Trump administration has floated wiping out federal income tax for people that earn households under $150,000. So I hear you loud and clear. And unfortunately, I don't think either party is doing enough for the middle class. And I think had the left has abandoned the middle class, the working class, a long time ago. That's pretty evident in a lot of different statistics I've seen and just in polling itself.
Such as?
Oh, gosh. I mean, you have unions that have left the Democratic Party. I mean, I could go on and on and on. The Teamsters keep going back and forth between left and right. I mean, but let's put it this way, that both parties are crippling the middle class in particular. And I think that if you have inflation, which was really started to accelerate significantly at the end of Trump's first term, and the Democrats doubled down on it with excessive spending, PPL loans, EDIL loans, extreme spending at the end of the Trump first administration on in through the Democrats' Biden's reign for 4 years.
Trump's been extreme on more debt-related spending.
What I'm saying is there's been so much spending on both sides, right? But I think more on the left. That you have a middle class that's getting completely squeezed out at this point, and there's a crossroads where the country's either going to go full blown commie, or we're going to have to lower taxes for them. Oh, I'm dead serious. I was talking about this with somebody last. Well, let's talk about the dollars and cents first. The average household income in the U.S. median is for a household is about $83,000 a year. Okay, so these people are getting taxed 20 to 30 points on their federal income tax. If they're in blue states, they're getting hit with state income tax. Okay, so now you're up to 30, 40 grand a year, whatever that number is. If you own a home, you're getting smoked, especially in a blue state or a blue city where I'm from, Chicago originally, and thank God don't live there anymore. Then your property taxes are going to be 3% of your home value. So how much money? Do the math. That was simple math. How much money's left over to pay the bills? Not much. Healthcare is going through the roof. So my point is that I already know what communism is. I have plenty of friends who've left communist Cuba that are exiles of
So can I have a definition?
Venezuela. I don't need to give you a definition. You tell me that your definition of communism. It is living in Cuba, living in Venezuela.
Society.
What do you? The first thing Castro did, he took away guns. He took away property.
You're talking about people who consider themselves ideologically communist, and then you're saying that is communism. What you're not understanding is that in none of these examples do they think that they actually achieved communism. And none of the examples is ideologically what communism is, like applicable in that scenario.
Wait, time out, Parker. What I was talking about, you're going down a rabbit hole on communism. What I was talking about was the fact that the middle class in this country is getting squeezed. Okay, they're getting squeezed. They have no money to live, to pay their bills.
The point that Parker's making is by you stating communism, you're just using it as a buzzword without fully understanding what you're saying. Because the fact is that if the country did move more towards communism, it would actually be more beneficial than where we are in the current state of capitalism. I'm not saying that I'm a communist or actually advocating for communism, but it's more preferable than the current state. You made a statement that the actual middle class is getting squeezed. I agree with you, but the middle class is getting squeezed by the Republican Party. The Republican Party not only has caused more people to lose jobs and also lose additional benefits like SNAP benefits. I actually did some research on this today, and did you know based off of the actual SNAP benefits? I wouldn't say
SNAP benefits are a middle class.
Did you notice that?
If you're on SNAP benefits,
did you know that based off of the recent usage of SNAP benefits has been able to help lift about 30% of the actual SNAP beneficiaries off of SNAP benefits out of poverty? So literally, the social safety nets that are advocated for by the Democratic Party help actually increase the middle class, where Donald Trump and the Big Beautiful Bill is not only the largest wealth transfer in United States history, but they're actively attacking the working age as far as trying to lower the working age so you can enter the workforce while actually increase the age where you can actually retire. They're trying to make a larger working class by shrinking the middle class, taking away healthcare, and making you have to actually more work for lower wages. So the Republican Party is literally doing the things that you're saying that, the Democratic Party is doing.
You know how much inflation was on housing alone, guys, during the Biden administration? The rent prices probably went up 3 to 4x, guys, during the Biden administration. So why? So to sit here, why? Because of the excessive spending that the government has pumped into the system. Of course it has.
These points? I want to address
extremely
a few
inflationary.
Points. I would love to address a few points. So Trump signed off on more debt-related spending comparative to the Biden-Harris administration by over $4 trillion. The idea that there was more excessive spending under the Democrats is actually ridiculous. Secondly, in terms of like an $83,000 income, referencing that, there's going to be a greater level of taxation under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration. The Harris administration was advocating to keep all of the tax cuts for income earners under $400,000 a year and to specifically not impose tariffs, whereas Donald Trump imposing tariffs causes the price to go up.
Listen, in terms of, I think both parties are guilty of squeezing out the middle class. Like I said, I'm a libertarian, so I think that hopefully Trump will attack the federal income tax for individuals and households under $150,000. Before 1913, there was no federal income tax. Okay,
he can't do that. It's not possible with the budget. It's not a possible.
Too, we don't live in a 1913 economy anymore.
No, we live in an economy that is far worse.
Literally would, if we got rid of income tax, it would devastate this country.
Listen.
Hold on. Name one way. Wait, Russ. Name one way in which the economy is better in 1913 than what it is right now. Name one way.
I mean, the dollar is going down the tubes. It's almost worthless.
Okay. Real GDP is higher. Real GDP is higher. So that means accounting for inflation,
the GDP is great.
We have more wealth.
We have more wealth, but
name one metric that's worse off.
But what I'm saying is we're agreeing, right? The middle class is getting squeezed, right? the disparity is getting worse between rich and poor, and it's the middle class, especially in blue states and blue cities where I'm from, Chicago. People cannot survive, guys, in a household. I'm sorry. Even you would think
that's because of Republican policy, not because of Democratic policy. Democrats are advocating to decrease their taxes.
Okay, in Chicago, do you know how much a property tax is in Illinois? Have you ever lived in Illinois? The highest in the state, guys, 3% of your home value. So if a home for $500,000, do the math. You know what? So you pay off your house someday, you're lucky enough to pay off your house, you're spending over $1,000 a month in property tax, fellas. Those are blue policies, guys. I've lived it. You know how much the state income tax is in Illinois? 5%. Thank you,
by the way,
Mr.
I just want to say most Democrats that I know disagree with property tax in the first place and how it's implemented because it has a regressive negative impact. So I don't know.
Then why don't they wipe it out in Illinois?
Wait, do you think property? Wait,
you know why they can't wipe it out, brother? Because they're unfunded liability.
Hold it. Do I have to mute you, dude? Listen, I'm trying to explain this to you. Property tax is higher, especially in places like Texas, specifically, where they want to specifically subsidize the fact that there's not a state income tax with a property tax. So the idea that property tax is specific to Democratic areas is fucking stupid.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Actually,
I'm not
most
wrong.
blue states have significantly more taxation at the property tax level than most red states.
That's local areas, by the way. Property tax is local area.
I live in Florida. The average property tax, if you look at statewide, is probably 1.5%. Okay, Illinois is 3%. New Jersey's almost 3%.
You're lying. Illinois is 1.83%.
California's done a good job.
You're lying. I'm looking at it right now. It's 1.83%. Illinois. Illinois is 1.83%.
No, not in the suburbs.
California is 0.76%.
California, I said, does a good job.
And Texas is 1.8%.
Yeah, California does a good job. California does a good job with this, but their state income tax
California is very blue.
Ridiculous. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, guys. Is that the Democratic blue areas
irrelevant there?
There's certainly exceptions to the rule, guys. What I'm saying is that the majority of blue cities and states are going to tax people at a much higher rate. This is a fact. This is why the migration is rapid through to the red states.
So I think in terms of the policies being advocated for by the Harris administration versus the Trump administration, from a national perspective, the Democrats were advocating for lower taxes for working class individuals, whereas Donald Trump was advocating for higher taxes for working class individuals. Democrats are advocating for higher taxes on income over $400,000 a year, whereas Trump was advocating for massive cuts in the taxes for income over $400,000 a year.
They haven't even changed the tax rates, guys. What has Trump done to change what has Trump done to raise taxes on anybody?
Bill.
What has he raised the taxes on? What has he raised taxes on?
Taxes have increased through tariffs.
Taxes have increased through tariffs because there is a horrible trade imbalance that we've had for many, many years.
You literally just said they didn't increase, though.
You just said that they didn't increase. Now, what trade imbalance
the taxes,
do you think is an issue?
You're talking about inflationary. You're talking about inflationary.
What trade imbalance are you referencing?
The trade imbalance we've had with China for many, many years is real, guys. And Trump was the first one to ever take it on, ever.
Wait, as a libertarian, you won't have an issue with that. As a libertarian, you don't have you have no issue with the trade imbalance.
Listen, I'm not all about the tariffs. I wouldn't have done it. No, you're right. But my point is, you're complaining about the tariffs. All I'm saying is that our trade imbalance was so out of whack with China.
Can you name one benefit that has come from this trade war with China? And not just right now. Hold on. Not just this term, but his first term as well, because this is his second time engaging in a trade war. Name one positive thing that's come out of this actual trade war, and the imbalance that you spoke of has not been corrected. So name one thing.
You don't think there's been a trade imbalance with China?
No, I told you to name one positive thing that has come out of this trade war with China, either his first or current term, and this imbalance has not been corrected. So name the one thing that has been positive since you're advocating for this. I can name multiple negative things. I just need you to name one positive thing.
Listen, it's a fair question that I think is going to work itself in due time, whether he's successful or not. But I will tell you this, there are companies every day you're hearing about them leaving China and setting up manufacturing in other places. So
name one that left China and came to the U.S.
I don't know off the top of my head, but what I do know.
There's none.
All right, and you know probably why that is, guys? Because China is run by the CCP and they have slave labor. for
Why are
probably
you trying to
$3.
shift to
What do you mean
they
trying to
actually do?
shift?
No, that's fine.
Because
You're
China,
talking about the
that's why
trade
we have a
imbalance. We're
trade
not talking
imbalance.
about the
Yeah,
actual
of
hiring
course.
practices.
That actually has
within
nothing
China.
to do with the
That-
trade imbalance. So, by the way,
Exactly.
all a trade imbalance is that specifically they're producing more products and selling them to our country than we are producing products and selling them to their country.
Why do you think that is? Because they have slave labor.
Because we're consumer based to a greater extent now.
Of course, we're consumer based,
And also,
and we
it's
want to
not-
consume. Guys, we want to
So, by the
consume
way,
cheap products, guys.
So if you want, if we hold up,
okay.
I think you're
Go
being
ahead,
dishonest.
go ahead.
If you want to reduce the likelihood of bad economic and labor standards existing in the context of China, well, then you should put tariffs on the specific companies engaging in that. If you put a universalized tariff on China, that actually disincentivizes companies within China to, or actually incentivizes companies within China to decrease labor standards to still compete with the market, even given the implementation of the tariff. So actually what you're doing, although you're trying to be good intentioned, has very, very disastrous negative impacts.
Go ahead.
Also, just to add on to the tail end of that, you would actually want to be more strategic in a wider scope as well. So Parker mentioned the specific companies or industries. Like you wouldn't want to do it with just our allies and across the board, because you would want a unified front where multiple countries could put that same pressure on China to actually even it out across the board, because we're not the only ones that's having issues with China. But since we've took the singularity approach, China has been able to extend their reach all around the globe with our allies, including places like places like Argentina and Canada. So this is bad.
Listen, the deal, the conflict, or I wouldn't call it conflict. The trade war between us and China is not a great thing. But I think that, you guys have to give Trump some credit. I have a lot of friends who are Democrats who will give Trump credit that he's actually trying to balance out what has been completely one-sided trade deal for many, many years. And are tariffs going to cause, and I'm not a big fan of tariffs, but are they going to cause some inflationary short-term problems in the U.S.? Absolutely.
It's long-term inflation.
It could be, but you know what? At the end of the day, it's a national security threat. We have two global superpowers, and it's completely one-sided from a trade imbalance perspective. And yes, it's run by the Chinese Communist Party. The country is an extreme communist nation, guys, and they do have slave labor. So
I have a quick question for you.
Wait, time out. Let me finish. Let me finish. They are exporting, guys.
You're going way far off talking about the Communist Party and slave labor.
No, I'm not actually, because we're talking about trade imbalance. The reason why there's a trade imbalance.
We literally just addressed this. What did we say? What did I say? I said that you're going to worse off labor standards within China by imposing a universalized tariff rather than imposing it specifically on companies that engage in the said labor practice that you referenced.
But that's not our problem, guys. That's not our problem. Our problem is the U.S. We don't. Our problem is not labor standards in China.
Okay,
that's
well then why are you bringing it up? You dishonest fuck.
What I'm saying is there's a trade imbalance. I'm not even for tariffs.
Wait, so with
the
trade imbalance,
tell us why are you bringing up the trade imbalance?
Because they are going to move. Okay, guys, what I'm saying is because they have slave labor, that is why there's a trade imbalance. Okay, so my point is that because of the tariffs, okay, they do. They have. How much do you think these people in the manufacturing facilities in China
I'm saying that is not the reason why there's a trade imbalance. You dipshit. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I don't appreciate you being called a dipshit either.
I apologize.
Okay, thank you. So anyway, the bottom line is that when you run through these tariffs, okay, they can diversify. Manufacturing can leave China and go into other places. That's the intent of the tariffs. I'm not even a fan of the tariffs, but you're talking about why you're in support of Trump. So let's get back to the main piece here. We went down a rabbit hole on the CCP. So in support of Trump, I would say strong borders, okay. I would say he hasn't increased the taxes. Yes, there have been tariffs. There are some short-term inflationary. Maybe you're right. Maybe it'll be long-term, Parker. We don't know. No one's ever done this before, okay? Like, who knows? What we do know is there was a big trade imbalance, and there still is. So we'll see. The jury's still out. But I don't see him raising taxes. What I do see as a person who started a business from nothing is I was getting smoked in a state like Illinois, okay? And I left because it didn't make sense. So we all have the freedom of movement. Thank God the founding fathers were smart. We have states' rights. So I would put it back to you guys. Your title here is why do you support Trump? Trump's already won. So I would put it back to you, Parker, is you've got a big audience here and you seem like a pretty smart person. What are the Democrats going to do to win next time? What do you support? Why is people going to rally? Why would someone like me, who's in the middle, libertarian, why would I support a Democrat going into, and who would that be and why? Because I think that's the fundamental issue, that there's a lot of people on social media talking about bad mouthing Trump. That's fine. Trump's already won. He's on his way out. So what are you guys going to do to regain the narrative in this country? That's what I want to know. And I think that's what a lot of people want to know, young and old, because again, middle class are getting smoked, guys. Everything comes back to middle class. What are you guys going to do? Are you going to hire people like Mondami and give away free
take a
housing?
breath. You've asked the question 5 times, but
All right,
you have
let's
to
hear it.
stop and so someone
All
can
right.
actually answer.
All right,
Holy
let's hear it.
smokes.
I want to hear Parker say something.
Yeah. So I have to specify. It's either that what are the Dems going to do or what am I going to do? I have no fucking clue what Dems are going to do in general. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. What would I like done specifically within the context of the Democratic Party? I'd love for us to talk about affordability, specifically take credit for our wins. I would like for us to communicate our effective wins. I would like for us to advocate more aggressively, specifically trying to get Republicans to essentially be pressured into supporting our positions. I think that we need to be overt more in debating. I think that we need to engage more with social media. I think that we need to be, honest and genuine. And I can keep talking about things like that, but that's
No, I mean
like,
policy
I think we need to
wise,
talk about corruption.
Policy. No, I'm talking about policy wise. What are you guys going to do?
Hey, if you let him actually finish his thought,
Okay.
maybe he'll get there. You
Okay,
talk
all
for
right.
5 minutes.
Yeah, in terms of policy, I believe in universal health care, child care. I believe in expanding housing affordability policy. I can go into a million different things. I believe in addressing climate change. I believe in better public health policy, all right, like so that we can have broader access to like healthier conditions in terms of water, in terms of food, in general. I would like fiscal responsibility. I think that we need to have a balanced budget, and the way that we do that is the reason why we want to do that is because the deficit creates a set of conditions, or the debt creates a set of conditions where we have interest rates, and then the interest rates will, based upon that, the debt will cause us to have this reoccurring payment every single year that I think that is going to eat away from our ability to pay for social programs that benefit people.
Well, yeah, listen, I think a lot of those ideas are novel, but I think that some of, like the climate change and stuff like that, but when you're talking about some of the fiscal stuff, I would have to challenge you to say that, universal health care or universal housing, universal income. I don't know. I know you didn't say universal income, but some of those things that are pretty big government heavy type of things, they sound great in practice, but they don't typically work. And then you in the same breath mentioned fiscal responsibility. So, how
these
does
things don't work? What do you mean? You just saying they don't work isn't a response. What doesn't work? Where did it not work? What are you referencing in particular? Because these systems have worked all around the world.
If you're talking about giving people free healthcare, and nothing's free, by the way, as we all know. Okay.
Universal. I said universal access to healthcare.
Yeah. So usually universal healthcare means socialized medicine. Is that what you're talking about, or no?
Yeah, I believe that there should be a public option.
Okay, public option. Gotcha. So a public option, and what were you talking about with housing?
I was just saying expanding housing affordability.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about government subsidized housing. I gotcha. Okay.
I mean, yes, I do think that we should have tax credits for building of houses in places where people want to live, like what Kamala Harris is advocating for.
I gotcha. No, I didn't know, how far left you were trying to take it. So it's all good. I respect your opinions. I just think that, I think both parties are spending too much money. So I wouldn't be, as a libertarian, I wouldn't get behind spending more money.
The Republican Party is spending more money. Like you keep saying that, and Parker's already addressed this multiple times, but the rate that the Republican Party is actually spending money outweighs what the Democratic Party is doing, literally.
Yeah, I think both parties are spending a way.
Trump signed off on more debt-related spending.
I'm sure he did. Listen, if I was in charge, there would be more cuts, right? Like I was in favor of what Doge was doing, and then that got, for whatever reason, stopped, right? I mean, maybe not the way they were doing it, but my point is I think both parties spend way too much, and we can talk about giving people all the stuff we want, but
Trump just gave Argentina $40 billion.
Yeah,
and then he gave himself $230 million. And
how
then
much
he gave
did the
Kristi Noem
Democrats give to
$120 million
Ukraine?
to buy 2 jets. And then Cash Patel used $60 million to fly his girlfriend to a wrestling event to wrestle. What are you talking about government spending again?
How much did the Democrats give to Ukraine during Biden's 4 years? I mean, come on, guys.
Donald Trump
How
is
much did
giving more money to Ukraine now as
Hunter
well.
Biden funnel through Burisma? I mean,
Not
come on.
40 billion.
Okay.
Not 40 billion.
If that wasn't, first of all, that is a loan to Argentina. That's not a grant.
To help bail out the economy that you specifically are advocating for, right? The economic structure.
All right. All I'm saying is, I think that, why the question here, why to support Trump. I think you guys all know why everyone supported Trump. You know the policies that are popular. You know why he won.
Racism. Sexism, classism, all the isms. It's because Donald Trump leans into the hateful things, and he also preys on the poorly educated. He literally said himself, he said smart people don't like him. Parker, play the sound. He literally told us that he said he loves the poorly educated, and he also said
smart people don't like me.
Oh, I was waiting for the sound, Parker. I thought you had it.
So you guys think that
smart people don't like. Donald Trump preys on the poorly educated. Literally,
is that seriously what you think? You think all Republicans are racist, and that's why Trump won?
I don't think that everyone that voted for Donald Trump is racist, but I do think that everyone that voted for Donald Trump, racism isn't a deal breaker for them. It's not enough to say no, thank you. Racism isn't enough. Sexism isn't enough. Classism isn't enough. Fascism isn't enough.
How do you know how do you know if someone is racist? Like, how do you know?
Because Donald Trump has a well-documented history of racism.
So does Joe Biden.
Yeah, Joe Biden. The symmetry breaker between Joe Biden and Donald Trump is that Joe Biden has actively admitted to not only his racist past. Yes, but not only admitted to his racist past, but he's actively tried to do better. He's actively tried to advocate for Black people. He's actively tried to
what did Obama do
use
for
his voice
people?
for use his voice to
what did Obama
use his voice to and use his voice to actually. He's not. And use his voice to advocate for Black people. That's why Joe Biden actually nominated the first Black woman to the Supreme Court. That's why he had a Black woman vice president. That's why he was the vice president of the first Black president. So there's a huge difference between Joseph Robinette Biden and Donald Jimothy Trump. Not even close.
You guys know the difference between a libertarian and a Republican and Democrat is we don't have to label people by the way they look. It's more about diversity of thought, guys. You guys are so focused on how someone looks or the religion, this, that, or the other. DEI, ESG, all this stuff, guys.
You don't know what DEI is.
Okay.
What DEI policy do you disagree with?
What do you guys? What's wrong with just hiring the best person for the job?
That's literally
what's wrong with
DEI.
We never said that we're not. DEI is just expanding access for people to get access to like the opportunities, because historically speaking, that has limited the people who are most qualified from getting into those positions of power.
I guess let's go back for a second. So you guys are saying that
Donald Trump is the most qualified, then I'm sorry, you're an idiot.
Trump won. You're saying Trump won the presidency because the country is racist. Basically, that's
no. I
you're not listening, and you are purposefully trying to change the arguments we are making in order to try and make our position seem worse. That's what's called a straw man fallacy. That's what you're relying upon in order to try to make yourself feel better.
No,
and to be specific, I said that the people that vote, not everyone that voted for Donald Trump is a racist, but everyone that voted for Donald Trump, racism was not a deal breaker for him. That's what I said.
Okay, so that's your opinion. I don't know.
That's literally the fact. If you're willing to support a racist, then racism is not a deal breaker for you.
So
just like everyone that voted for Donald Trump is perfectly fine with sexism because Donald Trump is a sexist.
Okay, so you realize that it's not productive when you have these types of debates, because at the same time, a person on the right could just say, well, even if you're not a communist, you voted for Mandami or you voted for Kamala.
Mandani isn't a communist.
So, my point is, guys, is that it's not a productive debate. Like, let's talk about the policies. You guys want to attack character. Let's talk about policies. Like, what are the Democrats going to do?
I
just want to know what are the. But Of course,
when
character's
we're
important.
making, yeah, because he, like, for example, with Donald Trump, he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where a 10-year-old or an 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in, right? He also said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, right? We can point to specific things in his character that are incredibly important for you to look at and are reasons why you shouldn't support him, alongside the fact that his policy is heavily destructive. He's less fiscally responsible. He adds more to the debt. He cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. 2.5 million people off their access to food stamps, over 10 million people off their access to health insurance, and adds $3.4 trillion to the debt while decreasing taxes massively for rich people and increasing taxes on working class Americans through the implementation of tariffs. So, I mean, I can point to all these different policies that make him significantly worse as well.
But I guess
in a normal situation, we would be able to look at just those policies. You're right. In any other normal situation, we would look at just the policy and just what those candidates stand on. But for some reason, you all seem to like put on blinders and forget that Donald Trump is the worst of us. Literally, he's the worst of us because he not only does he allow people to be the worst version of themselves, but you guys actively defend the horrible shit that he does. So we can't just sit here and talk about his policies because you guys denied that he's a rapist. You denied that he's a racist. You deny all those other things that normally you don't have to talk. We didn't have to talk about this with John McCain. We didn't have to talk about this with George Bush. Like, we didn't have to talk about these things, but Donald Trump, we have to talk about those. And then, like Parker just named, all the other fucked up shit with his policy.
Listen, I hear you guys. Like, a lot of Republicans that I know don't like Donald Trump as a person. However, they love his policies when compared to the left. So what I'm saying is, time out. So what I'm saying is, and I'll answer that. What I'm saying is that I think that we get stuck down these rabbit holes for years about someone's a communist or someone's a racist or whatever. I just don't think that's productive. I think people should be talking about the policies, because I can tell you if the Democratic policy, time out, guys. Time out. But the Democrats did not do a good job. Okay, and I'm sure you could admit that, or they would have won, guys. So my point is, what policies?
You can't say whoever won was the best candidate. That's a ridiculous assertion.
Then why did they lose?
Because idiots like you attributed inflation to the incumbent president rather than looking at the global evidence that there was inflation around the entire world that was specifically due to supply chain issues relating to the pandemic. That had nothing to do with the president of the United States, where Donald Trump literally ran on policy of inflation to increase prices, yet people still attributed inflation to the Democratic administration. That was the main reason in exit polling why people voted for Donald Trump. And they were absolutely fucking completely misled by Donald Trump saying that he would lower prices. What has he done? What has he done to lower prices? Tell me one thing he did.
Listen, I think that you're correct in that both parties have driven up inflation. There's no doubt about it. Okay, I don't think that's number one. I don't think that's a number one reason why Trump won.
That was in exit polling. It was.
Well, if you want to believe, maybe that's right, maybe it's wrong. I think immigration
the thing that I love to call out is the fact that more white men turned up to vote for Donald Trump than any other candidate in U.S. history. Literally, more white men showed up and voted for Donald Trump in an overwhelming majority, and Donald Trump won by 1%. Literally, white men showed up to actually protect their spot at the top of the patriarchal system because they would not allow this black woman to actually be president. So it's multiple factors. Yes, you can talk about the fact that people don't know shit and they blame the Biden-Harris administration for inflation. You can talk about Kamala Harris only had 107 days to actually run for office. You can talk about the fact that Joseph Robinette Biden screwed the Democratic Party by holding on for too long. All of those are factors. You can talk about the fact that this country at the core is still racist, sexist, classist, and fascist. Literally, the Constitution was written for white men that own land, and then everyone else after that had to get their rights. All of these things were contributing factors. It's not because Donald Trump ran for president for 9 years. Literally, he has not stopped running for president this entire time. All of those things are factors. And so for you to sit here and say, oh, Trump won because he was better, that's not even close.
I didn't say it was better. I was just trying to talk about policies. That's all, guys. All I'm saying.
Parker keeps saying what policy? Can you tell Parker the policy?
I think that the reason why Trump won, whether people like Trump or not, I think that a lot of people don't like him as a person, but they liked his policies better than Kamala. So
what policy? You keep saying that, but you haven't named the policy.
Fine. We're waiting for
border protection, not raising taxes.
You're literally a libertarian.
Understanding that there was tariffs. Yeah,
tariffs
libertarian.
Taxes.
Tariffs
You're a
raise
libertarian.
cause
Why would you want more
inflation,
border
Parker.
policy?
Tariffs
I'm sorry.
don't raise taxes.
Wait.
Tariffs raise
Hold up.
inflation.
Pause. You're a libertarian, but yet you want more border restrictions that would be a limitation on the free market of people's ability to move from different areas.
I don't want to stop immigration. I just want there to be a process, just like there is in any other country, guys.
Okay, you're not a libertarian. You're a conservative.
No one's blowing through the border. Okay,
We already have a process.
What superpower, top 5 countries are they letting people blow through the border besides ours?
We're not letting people blow through the border.
We were.
And also,
We were.
and by the way, I
We were.
can send you a study in terms of the National Bureau of Economic Research that indicates that there's an increase in employment rate, increase in wages, and increase in GDP specifically from a great level of immigration. The idea that you have in your head that immigration leads to worse off conditions in the economy is ridiculous.
I didn't say it was worse off conditions. What I'm saying is it is a national security threat, guys. If you have a wide open border, that is not
We
no
didn't
other
have
country.
a wide open border.
Of course we did. Of course we did.
No, we didn't.
Look at the data of how many people come through a day.
So then, by the way, you just advocated against libertarianism. You just debunked
No, I didn't.
libertarianism. Yes, you
You
did.
don't think libertarians believe in laws?
Libertarians
There was
don't
a-
believe.
there's laws.
Libertarians
people are
don't
breaking
believe in
laws.
restricting people between going between areas because that's a restriction of free flow of labor between areas in terms of countries. They don't.
I'm not restricting.
Libertarians
No.
actually
Don't
believe in
conflate
open
that
borders.
issue.
Libertarians believe in open borders.
Libertarians believe in laws. There's laws.
Yes,
You're breaking the law. I'm about. Listen to Parker.
Oh my God.
I'm all about. No. I'm not fighting.
Libertarians don't believe in every single law. Okay, libertarians believe in certain laws. Okay, libertarians believe in typical that it is
fair
the
enough.
case that you should not have a restriction of free flow of labor between areas. Therefore, it makes no sense to specifically have a border restricted process.
All I'm saying, guys, is regardless of some of my issues maybe being more libertarian and maybe personally some are being more conservative, all I'm saying is that we're talking about why Trump won and what the Democrats are going to do to win. Because I personally have never voted for a Democrat and at the presidential level. Would I? Yes. If you guys could get somebody that had some sound
you have yet to
economic
name
policies,
any of the policies that you like on behalf of.
That's what I was about to say.
And also, just to go back to your original question, you said name a country that has like actual quote unquote open borders or whatever. Looking at the G7, there's multiple countries that have not only more immigration but better processes, and this is ranked by the Center of Global Development. You have multiple countries ahead of the United States, including Canada, including Germany, including Spain, Italy, the Netherlands, Switzerland, France, multiple countries that are better than the United States as far as not only their practices for immigration, but the amount of people that they let into their country. So what you're talking about is moot.
Listen, all I'm saying is that the country, we have laws that we're supposed to abide by as any nation. That's all I'm saying. I'm pro-immigration. Let's get back to the point of why did Trump win? I think Trump won because of.
Let's talk about what policy you like.
The policies I like. Okay, so fine, and then I want to hear your policies. Okay, so policies I like are basically I'm pro guns with common sense restrictions, limited government from a taxation standpoint. I don't want any exorbitant taxes on people. I actually want to wipe out federal income taxes for people making under $150,000. I think.
Okay, so then if you want lower taxes for working class Americans, then you would specifically support Kamala Harris over Donald Trump because they're both advocating for taxation.
No taxes.
It's
I
just
want
where
no
the
taxes
taxes
for
are
people.
placed.
No taxes.
There'll be less taxes for more Americans under Kamala Harris's plan.
Yep.
Donald Trump, specifically the 150,000 thing that you keep bringing up, that is not something that's going to happen. It's not something he's advocating for. That's a ridiculous position to hold to. No one thinks that that's actually going to happen. Right?
I don't think
Kamala Harris have kept the $400,000 the tax cuts on income under $400,000 a year. Yes, she could have, and she was advocating for expanding like the child tax credit and other sorts of policies that would specifically be beneficial towards the everyday average American.
Yeah. All I'm saying, guys, is I'm not even debating you on some of your topics. All I'm saying is that I think that there were. You attacked Trump's character, and I'm not saying that he has.
We've also attacked his policy and the fact that he doesn't know how to engage in like negotiations, trades, tariffs, like anything. He doesn't. He's horrible for the economy, for job markets. Literally, he doesn't know how to get along with like the head of the Fed. Like he's bad at everything. The only thing that he's good at is convincing idiots that he's good at something.
I think that
there's a lot of folks on both sides of the aisle that actually don't like his character, but they like a majority of his policies, which is, I think, why
But
he
you won't
won.
name the
But
actual policy.
I did actually. I think that most
Name
that,
one piece of legislation that
okay,
he got passed
most
that actually
people-
influenced the border.
I think the people that voted for him
Name one
won.
piece of legislation that he got passed that influences the border. Name one piece of legislation that he passed that influences the border.
I don't know the actual piece
There
of
is
legislation,
none.
but-
So even if you
but
talk about
you know-
immigration, when you talk about immigration, he has not passed any type of legislation to actually implement the policy that you're talking about. The only thing that he's done is funded ICE and caused mass chaos and landed us on a human rights watch list. Did you know we're on the human rights watch list?
Yeah,
Did
but
you know that?
what, guys? But you know what,
did
guys?
you know that
Neither
we're on the
party-
human rights watch list?
Neither party, guys, for the last 20,
Can you
30
just answer yes or no? Did you know that?
I did not know that, but
we're
neither
literally
party-
on a human rights watch list now because of Donald Jimothy Trump. He has not done anything but harm people. He hasn't passed any type of bill, legislation. He hasn't done anything except actively harm black and brown people and Americans.
But you guys know that it is illegal to blow through the border, correct? Like there's people that come through legally and there's people that come through illegally. And a lot of people that come through legally, the system's been all botched up and delayed for the people who are coming through legally by the people who come through illegally because
No,
they've
that's
been
not
the
true.
border flood. It is actually. So my point
Can I
is,
explain why that's not
is
true?
that guys, there's you don't need legislation to enforce
don't want me to
laws.
explain why that's
we
not
already
true?
have laws. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the reason why that's not true is because they never go into the line in the first place. How are they making the line longer if they never went into the line?
I think that there's a lot of layers in the government that are trying to track down these people, enforce the laws. I'm not.
Well, didn't Donald Trump just add more layers by funding ICE and then sending and specifically deviating from the plan that worked for both Obama and Biden by sending them into cities like Chicago instead of actually addressing the areas around the border, instead of actually working through expedited removal? And he actually expanded expedited removal to a dangerous position. They've literally dropped their position from actually targeting criminals to just a quota. They're literally targeting quotas. So everything that Donald Trump is doing is antithetic to what you're saying. Like nothing that you've said this entire time makes any sense. Like nothing. Even you being a libertarian, that doesn't make sense.
I don't think that the process that they're employing right now is the best, nor would I do it. But it's the position that Trump has selected. That's his style of execution is different than a lot of people. Okay. All I'm saying is that neither party has done anything, and they've all had chances. Democrats have had chances. Yes, they have. They've had, when Obama was in office, did they not have the majority superpower? That's how they got
Bipartisan
through.
infrastructure bill, CHIPS and Science Act, PACT Act, Inflation Reduction Act, American Rescue Plan. I can point to plenty of the policies the Biden-Harris administration passed that were beneficial towards the average American.
No, I'm talking about Obama. Why
are we reaching all the way back to Obama?
Yeah, what they had all branches of government, guys.
They had the supermajority for like, what was it, less
1
than
year or
40 something
but-
days? No. You have to talk about the actual details as far as being able to get the vote. So it's not just the actual premise as far as them having a supermajority, but they didn't have the ability to vote with that supermajority.
All I'm saying is I don't agree. I don't agree with the way, or I don't even know if I agree, disagree. I don't love the way that the Trump administration is going about everything they're doing with ICE. However, what I'm saying, guys, is that there is a law. There are laws about blowing through the border, and there should have been reform. There should have been bipartisan action done.
I have a question for you, really
bipartisan
quick.
border bill. Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill.
I know. I get it. But
I have a
there's
quick question
people
for
on the
you.
left that never did anything
Hey,
either, guys.
quick question for you.
Go ahead.
Have you ever shot fireworks inside of like a city limit?
Fireworks inside of a city limit.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know why.
Maybe, right? Maybe.
I don't know.
You're from Chicago, so cool. Do you know that there's a fine for shooting fireworks inside of a city limit, and there's also a fine for quote unquote illegally crossing the border? Now, if I told you that one of those fines was $1,100 and the other fine was $250, which one do you think would be higher, shooting fireworks in the city limit or crossing the border?
No, I know where you're going with it. Basically,
Which one?
You're going down the sanctuary city debate.
Which one?
I have no idea.
Which crime has the higher fine? Crossing the border or shooting fireworks in a city limit?
You're talking about the crime as it is in the
shooting fireworks in a city limit is a higher fine than crossing the border without documentation. Literally. So you're putting all of this emphasis on the crime of crossing the border when even our country doesn't put the emphasis on crime with crossing our border like they do with shooting fireworks in the city.
Yeah, I think that the difference though is that you have a certain, who knows what percent, but we all have to acknowledge there's human trafficking going through the border. Okay. There are illicit drugs. The cartels are behind it. People are getting killed with fentanyl. I know friends of friends have heard stories.
Now I have to kick him anyway. So bye. I was getting tired anyway. By the way, it's TikTok TOS. I have to kick you because I can't keep you up.
Parker's like, yes, game in out. Fuck you.
Low key, I'm like, I was gonna say I can't do this anymore. Like I was actually about to say that. Like I'm definitely done. I'm definitely done, chat.
He was so inconsistent.
Yeah, I've got a few people to thank real quick. Give me 1 second. Audrey, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Aline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Chelsea, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. As well as the $5. Thank you. Desiree, thank you for the $3. Tegan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Elizabeth with the $10. Shelly with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Let me catch up on YouTube, and then I'm gonna probably get off here. I'm getting off. Actually, not probably. I am getting off here. For tonight.
Whenever you get it, or when you finish, I got a couple to say thank you.
DK, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Jason with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Nia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. DK with the $5. FFVV, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Oh my God, I'm so fucking sorry to hear that. That's so horrible. FFVV, oh my God, that's absolutely fucking horrible. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh my jeez. That's a lot to hear. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's fucking horrible. Yeah, I oh my God, jeez. I guess I don't really know how to respond. Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. That's horrible. Just know that I definitely will keep going. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I am fully caught up.
Really quick, James, thank you so much for the $5. I'm not gonna read that out, but I agree with that, and especially with Trump. Phil, thank you so much for the $2. Phil, if I would have broke that down to him, he wouldn't have gotten it anyway. Orange Chicken, thank you for the $5 for the isms. I really appreciate you. Megan, thank you so much for the $1. I don't understand like the symmetry, but I mean the actual like line of demarcation between libertarians and conservatives. Like they're the same now. They're literally the same. And Samaria, thank you so much for the 15. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Alrighty.
You need to get some rest. You look cooked.
Yeah, I definitely am for tonight. It was good seeing you.
I'll see you later.
Good seeing you. Have a good night. Alrighty, everyone. I'm going to get off for tonight, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I will see everyone tomorrow. You can go check out Dean's Live, spam Parker Raid, spam Love and Parker, everyone. Actually, I think that's literally not even allowed to be said in his chat. I think that. Just say Parker Heart in the chat. All right, I love y'all. Good night, everyone.